Hello, hello, Maricopa County. Stand up. Let's see here. Gotta adjust the courtroom here. There we go. So we can see their shoe activity. Damn, you guys on TikTok are not gonna get the full effect here. But what can you do? Can't know. See, let's activate the form. See, auto select live, collect call from, activate it, activate source. All right, and welcome to You Have a Collect Call From. This should be starting up the court in about a minute or two. What time is it right now? It's 4 o'clock, so it should be starting any minute now. So just hang tight. We'll see what kind of cases.
When the first comes in, you ride my 22. Let's put her to all right, let's put her name. The second person will sit here. And we'll go on full force. All right.
Yeah, I called the OSC to send over the warrant, so it's being currently sent over right now. But yes, I totally wanted to know about it. Okay. She's on her way.
Damn. Picks up everything over there. Super loud. It sounds like, oh, okay, we coming in, incoming call. Where is everybody tuning in from? If you guys don't mind sharing. Remember, sharing is caring, and tap, tap, tap. If you're not tapping, you're napping. We got ADHD, the high definition HD, coming in from Washington. See, that's right. Represent your city. We got Deborah coming in from Michigan. We got, and that's it. We only got 2 speakers. We got Pam from Washington. I was about to say Pam. What the what? Let me see right here. Oh, hey, what's up, Elias, man? Hey, what up, man? It's good seeing you, Elias, man. What up, bro? I missed that. My apologies, Elias, man. Didn't see you up at the top.
Good evening. This is the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar for January 22nd, 2025.
We got blessed one from Northern California.
Buenas tardes. Esta es la lista de causas de comparecencia inicial de las 5 de la tarde del día 22 de enero del 2025.
The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the 1st of this month will apply to all matters on this calendar.
Los análisis de ADN y las huellas dactilares que se tomaron el 1 del mes van a aplicar a todas las audiencias que se van a ventilar aquí.
I will be calling each of you up to the podium one by one.
Voy a llamarles de uno por uno aquí al estrado de enfrente.
Where I will ask you for your first and last name.
Les voy a pedir su nombre completo con apellido.
Your date of birth.
Fecha de nacimiento.
I will advise you as to why you are here today.
Les voy a informar por qué están aquí el día de hoy.
Whether or not an attorney has been appointed to you.
si se les nombró o no un abogado.
What your upcoming court dates will be.
Les diré cuáles son sus siguientes audiencias.
What your bond will be if you are eligible for bond.
Si son elegibles para que se les fije fianza, les indicaré cuál es la cantidad de la fianza.
And what your release conditions will be.
Y también cuáles serán sus medidas cautelares.
Mr. Reyna, can you please come to the podium?
Señor Reina, ¿puede pasar por favor al podio?
What is here? This
Sir,
is going
can you
to be
please
Arizona.
state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Señor, me da su nombre.
Yep.
Señor, me da su nombre y apellido.
Jesús Reina.
Jesús Reina, fecha de nacimiento.
11 del 10 del 98. 11/10 October. 11/10/98.
Your Honor, from the interpreter, if the court would like me to verify. ¿Nació en octubre?
Sí, en octubre. 11 de octubre del 98. 98.
11th of October of 98, Your Honor.
Thank you. You are here on a new case.
Está aquí porque tiene un caso nuevo.
What do you guys think this guy did?
You were charged with one count of burglary in the second degree, a class 3 felony.
Tiene un punto acusatorio por entrada ilícita con fines delictivos de segundo grado, que es un delito de categoría 3.
One count of aggravated assault entering a residence, a class 6 felony.
Otra acusación por entrar a una residencia y agresión con agravante, y es delito de categoría 6.
One count of criminal damage, a class 1 misdemeanor.
También tiene una acusación por daños a terceros por a la fachada de algo, y es una falta de... I'm sorry, Your Honor, that was a what misdemeanor?
Class 1 misdemeanor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Es una falta de categoría 1.
And 2 counts of disorderly conduct involving fighting, a class 1 misdemeanor.
Y 2 puntos acusatorios por conducta escandalosa teniendo que ver con pelea, falta de clase 1.
I did find probable cause as to all of the counts.
Determiné que existen motivos fundados para todas sus acusaciones.
I have appointed an attorney to represent you.
He nombrado a un abogado para que lo represente.
You will have a status conference hearing on January 28th at 8:30.
Va a tener una audiencia de actualización el 28 de enero a las 8:30.
A preliminary hearing on January 30th at 8:30.
Su audiencia preliminar será el 30 de enero a las 8:30.
You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000.
Damn. País
Tiene
macarrones.
una fianza que
Acá.
podría depositar es de $5,000.
If you are able to post bond, you will be released to pretrial services.
Si deposita la fianza, se le va a entregar a la Agencia de Control de Procesados,
Where you will be placed on electronic monitoring.
donde le pondrán un monitor electrónico.
You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime.
No puede volver al lugar de los hechos.
You cannot initiate any contact with the victims, with any of the alleged victims.
No puede iniciar contacto con la víctima, con ninguna de las supuestas víctimas.
You are not to possess any weapons.
No puede tener en su poder ninguna arma.
If any orders of protection or orders against harassment have been issued or are subsequently issued, you must obey the terms of those orders.
Y si tiene usted un auto de alejamiento o una orden de protección, tiene que cumplir con las condiciones de esos documentos.
You are advised that if you violate the no victim contact order in this case, you could be charged with aggravated harassment,
minutes
which is a
late.
class 6 felony.
Se le informa que si quebranta usted cualquiera de las condiciones y restricciones de su libertad, inicia cualquier contacto con la víctima, se consideraría agresión y de se le consideraría acosamiento agravado, que es un delito de categoría 6.
That takes care of everything that we can do here this evening.
Eso es todo lo que podemos hacer aquí el día de hoy.
If you will please step to the left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
El agente le va a pasar sus documentos a la izquierda.
Hey, Jesus, so to answer your question, I can't do a green screen. I
Mr.
have
Brian
TikTok
Sanchez,
Studio.
if you will please come to the podium.
And anytime I run it like this,
Brian Sánchez, pase por favor al podio.
that I run it on TikTok Studio, they cut my streams, and they said that they'll ban me. So that's the reason that I run it like this. I also run it on YouTube if you want to see a lot clearer.
Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Señor, ¿me puede dar su nombre y su apellido completos?
Cruz Sánchez Brian Ramón.
Because they don't speak English.
Sánchez Brian Ramón. ¿Fecha de nacimiento?
4 de febrero de 1998.
February 4th of 1998.
For sure.
You are here today because you have a warrant out of the Hacienda Justice Court.
Se encuentra aquí porque tenía una orden de arresto del Juzgado de Paz de Encanto.
Due to the nature of the offense, you are not entitled to a court-appointed attorney.
Dada la naturaleza del ilícito, no tiene derecho a un abogado de oficio.
You will have an arraignment hearing on February 5th at 9 o'clock.
Va a tener una vista incautoria el 5 de enero. I'm so sorry, Your Honor, for the interpreter. At what time?
9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor. El 5 de enero a las 9 de la mañana es la audiencia.
I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance.
Estoy inclinada a dejarlo en libertad bajo palabra.
You do have to promise to appear for your court date.
Tiene que dar fe que va a comparecer a su audiencia.
Do you promise to appear for your court date?
¿Da fe que va a comparecer a su audiencia?
It's right there, right above me,
Sí.
in green.
Yes.
If you fail to appear for your court date, another warrant will be issued for your arrest
What up,
and
Leslie?
a bond would be imposed. Do you understand?
Si no se presenta su falta de comparecencia, daría lugar a que se emita una orden de aprehensión en su contra y entonces se le pondría una fianza que tendría que depositar, ¿entiende?
Sí.
Yes.
If you will please step to the left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
A su
Next.
izquierda, el agente le va a pasar sus documentos.
ADHD.
Your Honor, would the court
Thank you
like me to
for
make
that,
a general
for that
announcement
badge.
in case there was anybody else?
Yes, that was going to be my next. Ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. ¿Hay alguna persona que necesite ayuda en español? Si necesita español, levante la mano, por favor.
Aquí. Yo necesito. Señor. Sí. Y también ADH.
I don't see any hands that are raised, so you may be excused. Thank you for helping us out today.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just for the record, my Lopez court interpreter.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Vaya con Dios. There we go. All right. This vato.
So I'm having some
All right, so now we're
technical difficulties.
gonna have the English
So,
speakers now.
Mr. Bustamante, if you will please come to the podium, and Ms. Spalding, if you will please have a seat in the chair.
Hey, Melinda, thank you for that glitter
Sir,
badge.
can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Sergio Bustamante, 02/29/2004.
Thank you. You are here on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of carrying a deadly weapon and failing to admit, a Class 2 misdemeanor, and 1 count of carrying a deadly weapon when you're under the age of 21. It's a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all 3 counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You have a status conference hearing on January 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on January 30th at 8:30. Because you are on felony release at the time that these alleged offenses occurred, you are not eligible for bond today. So I did set an evidentiary hearing for you for January 29th at 1:30 to address that issue. So if you will please step to the left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
He ain't going
Ms. Spalding, can you
nowhere.
please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Acosta, if you will have a seat in the chair.
Yep, he's about to sit this one out. HB. Oh, we got one in
Ms.
orange.
Spalding, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Jordan Spalding, 9/13/93.
You are here for 3 matters. You have a new case, and then you have a warrant out of East Mesa Justice Court, and you have a violation of probation. I'm first going to talk to you about your new case. You were charged with 1 count of murder in the 2nd degree, a Class 1 felony. I did find probable cause. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1 million. If you are able to post bond, you will be released to pretrial services on electronic monitoring, where you are not to return to the scene of the crime or have any contact with the victim's family. You are not to possess any weapons. If you're able to post bond, and if you fail to appear...
$1 million?
Yes.
Why would it be $1 million?
Do you really want to have this conversation right now?
Yes, I do.
So I read the probable cause statement, and what I read was very, very terrible, and I feel like you are a danger to the community.
Damn.
That's why it's $1 million.
It's $1 million.
Secured appearance, 10% of $1 million.
You feel like I'm a danger to the society?
So I'm not going to argue with you. I answered your question.
But they did a rape kit on me.
I answered your question. I reviewed all of that, and your attorney will review everything that I read with you. I would caution you to stop talking at this point in time. This is recorded. Anything that you say here can be used against you. I am letting you know. You asked why. I'm giving you the statutory reasons of what I had to consider, and based on the circumstances of what I reviewed and the nature of the offense and the facts that I considered for which I found probable cause, I do not believe that you are safe in the community, and it warrants $1 million bond. That's it. That's my answer. Then for your warrant that you have out of East Mesa Justice Court, you have an arraignment hearing on January 27th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. It is a placeholder bond. It allows for our court to transport you to that hearing while you are being held on your other matter. And then you have a violation of probation, which I appointed an attorney to represent you on that matter. You will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on January 29th at 8:30, and you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. As I was previously noting, if you are able to postpone on any of these things, you do have to appear for your court dates. If you fail to appear for your court dates, any bond posted will be forfeited, and another warrant will be issued for your arrest, and more bond would be imposed. That takes care of everything that we have to do here this evening. If you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
So I can't go nowhere unless I post $1 million. You're telling me $1 million?
No, it's $1 million.
$1 million?
Pardon. Pardon, come on.
That sounds
Pardon, come on. There you go. Pardon.
That sounds crazy to me.
Pardon.
She's cooked.
You
Eric
have
said.
$1 million. You don't have $1 million.
Shit, I don't got $1 million. I don't even have $1,000.
I'm just sitting down.
Who has $1 million? Like, I go to jobs, I got kids.
They didn't say what she did.
That's crazy. Like, she wasn't even there.
The judge said it was so heinous that she couldn't even say it.
Yes, I am. I'm sorry.
Might have to look up her name to see if she comes up in the news article. But that sucks. I mean, you could hear like in the voice and like everything that's happening in the background is like, man, her reality sucks right now. It's all bad right now.
Mr. Acosta, if you will please come into the courtroom, and Ms. Wright, if you will have a seat in the chair.
Kings of Kings and a few on YouTube are saying that it was a
Sir, can you
case.
please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Rafael Acosta, 12/8/1992.
You are here on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of aggravated assault with a police officer, on a police officer, Class 5 felony, and aggravated assault on a police officer. a Class 6 felony. I found probable cause as to both counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on January 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on January 30th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. If you're able to post bond, you need to make sure that you appear for your court date. If you fail to appear for your court date, any bond posted will be forfeited, a warrant will be issued for your arrest, and another bond would be imposed. That takes care of everything that we can do here this evening. If you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Did anybody catch her name?
I have a quick question.
Mom,
I have a quick question. So, when did you say the
your
next?
paperwork has all your court dates on it.
Whatever.
I was talking to you about calling security because I don't. Yeah, no, I told you. Okay.
Hey, this dude, he's gonna go to prison for the assault on the cops. Definitely gonna go upstate. Is David around here? David, are you around?
No?
The
Okay.
judge didn't let them ask her any questions. Yup. She ain't playing. That's
doing it
no
now?
joke.
We can go ahead and do it.
I can't even play
Ms.
about
Wright,
that
if you
one.
will please just hold on for one moment. We have a call from another jail that we have to take care of. Wait, did they ever put the warrant in on that one? I still can't do it. Oh,
Okay, 1 moment.
I just need a second.
If anybody wants to go back on the
go ahead.
name, this video is gonna be archived on YT. So if you go back on it, then you could hear the name. The judge be like, womp, womp.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, do we have,
This is the officer. I'm going to put the individual on right now, okay?
thank you.
This is Arizona, Maricopa County.
Hello?
Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Maricopa.
You are here with the court because a direct complaint was filed where you were charged with 1 count of possession of dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony.
Thank you,
The
Kings of
date of the
Kings.
alleged offenses is January 13th of 2024. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a
Damn,
we
what the
will
hell's that
have
noise?
a status conference hearing on January 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on January 30th at 8:30. You do have, with the direct complaint, there was a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. If you are able to post bonds, you do need to make sure that you appear for your court date. If you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant can be issued for your arrest, and the bond that you posted will be forfeited, and you would be subject to more bond. This concludes our part of the hearing today. You will receive your paperwork after, I believe, when you come back from the hospital. All right, thank you.
Yeah, you got me on that one. I am your father, Luke.
Ms. Wright, if you will please come into the courtroom.
You looked her up, HBM. Hey, thank you, King of the Kings, for providing her
Right.
name.
That's right.
Thank you, ex Papa. All right, hey, they're a little bit slow today. They're taking their time today, not like the other days that they're just like bam, 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 out of here. Nah, that's what the judge said. Okay, I thought you looked her up. Has anybody looked her up yet? I got my hands are tied over here.
Is Ms. Wright not here?
I called for Your Honor, and she's not answering back.
Okay, so I'm going to move on then. Ms. Atondo, if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Palatucci, if you will have a seat in the chair.
I put it on the screen. They cannot see the comments whoever was
Can
asking.
you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Vanessa Atondo, and it's March 24th, 1989.
Imagine
You are
that.
here on a new case. Are you calling me? This phone is ringing.
No.
It's ringing.
Hey, I just remembered. When was it that we saw 1001 Dalmatians, Cruella de Vil?
Bench line.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Hey, Commissioner. I have the officer on the line. He said that the phone call got disconnected.
No, I didn't. I didn't disconnect it. I said that the hearing was concluded. I finished everything for him.
Oh, okay. I'll let the officer know.
Ma'am, you are here today because you were charged with 1 count of aggravated DUI, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause to that offense. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on January 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on January 30th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. If you are able to post bond, you'll be released to pretrial services where you will participate in alcohol testing and monitoring until further order of the court. An additional release condition is that you are not to drive without a valid driver's license. If you post bond, you need to make sure that you appear for your court dates. If you fail to appear for your court dates, any bond posted will be forfeited, a warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you'd be subject to bond again. So that takes care of everything that we have to do here today. If you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you. Was that Ms. Wright? Ms. Wright, will you please come into the courtroom?
What?
And
She
Mr.
gets one of those.
I will be calling you next.
And another one. Drop one, flush one.
Could you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Stephanie Wright, 9/9/1979.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or instrument, a Class 2 felony. I did find probable cause. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on January 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on January 30th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. You cannot possess any weapons. And if there are any orders of protection or orders against harassment, you must obey those orders. You cannot reside in the same location as the alleged victim, even if you are the owner or renter of the residence. You will be permitted one civil standby with law enforcement to help you collect your essential belongings. I'm also advising you that if you violate the no victim contact order in this case, you could be charged with aggravated harassment, which is a Class 6 felony. So that takes care of everything that we have to do here today. I'm so sorry. Also, if you are able to post bonds, you need to make sure you appear for your court dates. If you fail to appear for your court dates, your bonds would be forfeited and a warrant could be issued for your arrest and you would be subject to more bond.
I don't know how bonds work. Do I have to call a bail bondsman or?
They have the information back there for you.
Okay.
All right, that takes care of everything that we have to do here today.
And then where do I go now?
You're going to jail. Through that door right there.
Mr. Palatucci, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Barnes, will you please have a seat in the chair?
Hey, if you haven't done so, please subscribe. And if you're not tapping, you're napping. And also, sharing is caring.
Name and your date of birth.
Send it to your loved ones.
Tyler Palatucci, 02/20/2003.
You are here on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of aggravated DUI, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable causes to that offense. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on January 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on January 30th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $7,500. If you're able to post bond, you'll be released to pretrial services, which will require you to participate in alcohol testing and monitoring. If you're able to post bond, you need to make sure that you appear for your court dates. If you fail to appear, any bond posted will be forfeited. A warrant will be issued for your arrest, and another bond would likely be imposed. I would also like to highlight that one of the release conditions is that you are not to be driving without a valid driver's license. So if you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Hey, TikTok just restricted my stream. I'm going to go ahead and shut it down for a moment. I'll be right back in 2 seconds, all right?
And Mr. Lopez, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Mr. Barnes, Calvin Barnes.
Calvin Barnes.
I hate when that happens.
Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Calvin Barnes, 12/11/1990.
You are here on 2 matters. You have 1 violation of probation, and you also have a new case. You were charged with 1 count of resisting arrest with physical force, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable causes to that offense. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on January 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on January 30th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure that you appear for your court date. If you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant would be issued for your arrest and any bond posted would be forfeited. As to your probation violation, I appointed an attorney to represent you in that matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on January 29th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. If you're able to post bond, you do need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Make sure you make it to your hearing. Again, any bond posted will be forfeited if you fail to appear, and another warrant will be issued for your arrest, and the likely bond would be imposed. That takes care of everything that we have to do here this evening. If you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Lopez, will you please come into the courtroom? And Ms. Gamage, will you please have a seat in the chair?
Welcome back, Cassandra.
Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Leonardo Lopez, June 23rd, 1991.
You were here on 4 matters. You have 3 violations of probation and 1 new case. On the new case, you were charged with 1 count of theft of means of transportation, a Class 3 felony, 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. I did find probable cause as to all 3 counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on You will have a status conference hearing on January 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on January 30th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $7,500. If you are able to post bond, you do need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. As to your violations of probation, I did appoint an attorney to represent you on those matters. You have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on January 29th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250 per case. So your total bond between the all 4 cases is, I believe, $10,000 secured appearance. So if you fail to appear, you need to make sure you go to your court dates. If you fail to appear, any bond posted will be forfeited. A warrant would be issued for your arrest, and you'd be subject to bond again. So that takes care of everything that we have to do here today. If you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Man, that dude was looking like the straight Green Reaper.
If you'll please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Mitchell, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
That's well never seen here in PA, laughing out loud.
Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Taylor Melinda Gamage, 6/12/94.
You are here for a violation of probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on January 29th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. If you are able to post bond, you do need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. You need to make sure that you do appear for your court date. If you fail to appear, any bond posted will be forfeited. A warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you'd be subject to bond again. That takes care of everything that we can do here this evening. If you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Mitchell, if you will please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Collins, if you will please have a seat in the chair.
Hey, what do you think the next person coming up is going to be locked up for? And she talks so fast, sometimes I can't even hear what the hell she's saying. So if I don't understand, I know the people limping in right now don't understand.
Sir, can you please state your
Maricopa.
first and last name and your date of birth? Can you state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Mark Mitchell, 12565.
You are here today because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for a court date. An attorney has already been appointed to you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on January 29th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. If you are able to post bond, it is important that you do appear for your court date. If you fail to appear, any bond posted would be forfeited. Another warrant would be issued for your arrest, and another bond would be imposed. So if you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Next. Hey, what's up, Snow?
Collins, will you please come into the courtroom?
Maricopa
and Mr.
County.
Ledesma, if you will please have a seat in the chair.
Maricopa. Arizona.
Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Jack Collins, 12/14/1990.
Thank you. You are here today because of you have a probation violation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on January 29th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. If you are able to post bond, you do need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. You need to make sure that you appear for your court date. If you fail to appear for your court date, any bond posted will be forfeited. A warrant will be issued for your arrest, and another bond will likely be imposed. That takes care of everything that we can do here this evening. If you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Ledesma, if you will please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Childs, if you will please have a seat in the chair.
Next. Hello, my name is Eric Ledesma. November 10, 1997.
Thank you. You are here because you have you have one new case and 4 violations of probation.
Four violations?
Yes, you have one new case and then you have 4 violations of probation.
What the fuck?
For every case that you are on probation for, they all have their own case numbers, and so that's the violation, just so you are aware.
Okay.
You were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to both counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. Sorry, excuse me. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have a status conference hearing on January 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on January 30th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500 on this case. If you are able to post bond, you do need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Then as to your violations of probation, I did appoint an attorney to represent you on all 4 cases. You will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on January 29th at 8:30. On your first violation of probation warrant, it is a bond in the amount of $200. The second one is a bond in the amount of $500. On the third one, it's a bond in the amount of $200. And on the fourth, you have a bond of $200. So between all 3 cases.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. I'll give it to you right now. Hold on. I'll send you the video, as a matter of fact. It has all her information.
I think your bond between all 3 cases is $1,600 secured appearance. You do need to make sure that you contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Make sure that you appear for your court date. If you fail to appear, the bond that you posted will be forfeited and a warrant will be issued for your arrest. That takes you.
So if I pay it, I could go home? And so $1,000 something?
You ain't going home. You're nowhere, homeboy. You ain't going nowhere. YouTube studio. Hey, Joseta, gracias for that follow. Highly appreciate it. If you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that subscribe button. It's free 99. Doesn't cost you anything. And always remember, if you're not tapping, you're napping. And we got a toilet flush coming up. Wow, drop one, flush one.
It's $1,600 secured appearance.
Okay.
Takes care of everything that we have to do. If you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork for all of these matters.
Okay.
Mr. Childs, will you please come into the courtroom? And Ms. Kelly, if you will please have a seat in the chair. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Yeah, Frank Childs, 10/28/87.
Thank you. You are here for a probation violation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on January 29th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. If you're able to post bond, you do need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Make sure you show up for your court date. If you fail to appear, any bond posted will be forfeited and another warrant would be issued for your arrest and another bond would be imposed.
No sé.
That takes care of everything that we have to do here today. If you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
I have another phone right here that I'm looking at my stream, and I don't see it lagging, but, I mean, maybe it could be lagging on your side. I'm not sure. Is anybody else lagging?
Ms. Kelly, if you will please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Green, if you will please have a seat in the chair.
Okay. It might be your internet on your side.
Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Brandy Kelly, 12/29/1976.
You are here for a new case. You were charged with 1 count of theft of means of transportation, a Class 3 felony. I did find probable causes to that offense. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on February 6th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 10th at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance, but you do have to promise to appear for your court date.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's release conditions that are also associated with this release order. You need to make sure that you comply with your release conditions, appear for your court dates. If you fail to appear for your court dates, a warrant will be issued for your arrest and a bond will be imposed. That takes care of everything that we have to do here today. If you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
Mr. Green, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Gherkin, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
That is correct, Tammy. Yup.
Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Samuel Kenneth Green Jr., May 16, 1997.
You are here on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a Class 4 felony. I did not find probable cause as to this count. That doesn't mean that the state cannot file things that, just so you know. But I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on February 6th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 10th at 8:30. Please make sure that you appear for your court dates. Make sure you make your court dates.
Okay.
Because you don't want to get in a position where a warrant is issued for failing to appear. So if you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Gherkin, if you'll come into the courtroom, and Mr. Winziker, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Winziker?
Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Josiah Gherkin, June 23rd, 2000.
You are here on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, and 1 count of shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to both counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on February 6th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 10th at 8:30. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance today. You do have to promise to appear for those court dates. Do you promise to appear?
Yes.
If you fail to appear for your court dates, a warrant will be issued for your arrest and a bond will likely be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Winziker, if you will please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Rowrich, if
Can
you'll
you make
please
the screen
have a
bigger?
seat in the chair.
If you want the screen bigger, jump on over to YT. On YT, I got the whole screen.
Last name and date of birth for me.
They got it.
Wissinger, 12/17/1981.
Thank you. You are here on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a weapon in a drug offense, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable causes to all 3 counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on February 6th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 10th at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance today. You do have to promise to appear for your court dates. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you fail to appear for your court dates, a warrant will be issued for your arrest and a bond will likely be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Damn, she's back on the rhythm
Mr.
now.
Rowrich, if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Mr.
Hey, thank you, Snow. Highly appreciate it.
Mr. Salas, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Remember, if you're not tapping, you're napping.
Break for a second.
Sharing is caring. Send it to those that you love and even the ones you don't love. What do you guys think this fine, upstanding citizen
Did we need
is
to
there?
do something?
No.
Okay.
Cast your votes.
Okay. Sir,
In
can
the
you
chat.
please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Casey Rourke, December 18th, 1982.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did not find probable cause as to possession of the dangerous drug count, but I did find probable cause as to possession of drug paraphernalia. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on February 6th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 10th at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance, but you do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, I promise.
If you fail to appear for your court dates, a warrant can be issued for your arrest and a bond would be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Okay, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Why do they
Mr.
say
Salas, if you will please
dangerous?
come into the courtroom, and Mr. Ortega, if you will please have a seat in the chair.
I don't know, maybe because drugs are
Sir, can you
dangerous.
please state your first and last name
No
and your
sé.
date of birth?
Brian Aguilar Salas, Your Honor, 0421 of 1996.
You are here because a direct complaint was filed where you were charged with 1 count of possession or use of marijuana.
Oh, no.
No, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, and 1 count of resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony. The date of these alleged offenses is January 30th of 2017. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on February 6th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 10th at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance, but you do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
I promise, Your Honor.
If you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant will be issued for your arrest and a bond would likely be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
Mr. Ortega, will you please come into the courtroom? And Mr. Torres, will you please have a seat in the chair?
Hey, that's pretty crazy. That blows my mind.
Last name and your date of birth.
Randy Ortega, 0807-1995.
You are here on 2 matters. You have 1 new case and then 1 violation of probation. As to the new case, you were charged with 1 count of shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of possession of narcotic drug, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and another, the shoplifting with concealment is 1 count, that's a Class 1 misdemeanor, and then the other shoplifting count is just a removal of goods, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all of those counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on February 6th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 10th at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you have a violation of probation, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you in that matter. You will have a probation revocation hearing on January 29th at 8:30. Again, I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance with the promise that you will appear. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
If you fail to appear for your court dates, a warrant will be issued for your arrest and a bond will likely be imposed. Also, you do need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours if you're released. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Mr. Torres, if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Mr.
Damn, they got a grip of people today.
Mr. Mohammed, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Oh, sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Carlos Torres, 032694.
Oh, this guy.
You are here today because you were charged with 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony, and 2 counts of shoplifting involving concealment. I did find probable cause as to all of the counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on February 6th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 10th at 8:30. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance, but you do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, sir.
If you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant will be issued for your arrest and a bond will be imposed. So make sure you keep up with your paperwork so that you have your court dates. You don't lose them so that you will be at court, okay? All right, if you step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Mr. Muhammad, if you will please come into the courtroom. Hello.
Oh man, is it
Can you please say
BYOB?
your first and last name and your date of birth?
Sure. Abdul Badia Mohammed, April 16, 1994, Your Honor.
Thank you. You were here on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, 1 count of DUI involving liquor, drugs, vapors, or a combination, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of DUI involving drugs or a metabolite, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all of those counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on February 6th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 10th at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you to pretrial services without bond, but you do have to promise to appear for your court dates. Do you promise to appear?
Sorry, that last part I couldn't hear.
I'm inclined to release you to pretrial services without bond, but you do have to promise to appear for your court
I
dates.
promise.
Okay.
Where do I sign?
Do you promise to appear for your court date?
Of course I will.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so when you are released to pretrial services, you will need to test. You will need to participate in drug testing and monitoring. And you cannot drive without a valid driver's license. If you fail to comply with your release conditions, or if you don't show up to your court dates, a warrant will be issued for your arrest and a bond will be imposed. Do you understand?
Pinky promise.
Okay.
All right, so if you step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
I'm sorry.
What do I do now? Well, can I
Am
leave
all
now?
done?
You're all done?
Can I go?
Thank you. Sorry.
Where do I go? Do I just stand here?
Mr. Benali, if you will please
Vámonos.
come into the courtroom.
Muévase. Hey, 20 Moonshiners, thank you for the like. Highly appreciate that. Moonshiners, Moonstone.
Well,
10.
Mr. Benali, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Tremaine Benali, 07-2598.
You are here as a fugitive of justice as you have a warrant out of Colorado.
Oh, fugitive.
You do have a right to an extradition hearing, and you would be entitled to bond in this matter. You do have the right to hire your own attorney. You would not be entitled to a court-appointed attorney because this is not a criminal matter. If you choose to invoke your right to have an extradition hearing, an extradition proceedings require that the governor here in Arizona and the governor in Colorado sign off on a warrant for extradition, and that could take 60 to 90 days. You would not be, if you have any local charges pending, you would not be extradited until your local charges are resolved. You do also, you can waive your rights to an extradition hearing, and if you choose to do that, you would not be eligible for bond. You would be held for 30 days starting tomorrow. The Colorado would be notified that you are ready, and they would have up to 30 days to come and pick you up. Again, you would not be released to Colorado until your local charges were resolved. Did you have an opportunity to review the paperwork regarding these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how you would like to proceed today?
Did anybody catch his name so we could look him up?
My rights to extradition.
So before we can do that, there's a few questions that I will have to ask you.
I was a stunt double. You guys crack me up.
So I just want to confirm that you did review the waiver of extradition paperwork.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that you do not have to sign the paperwork?
What up, hot
Yes,
mess?
ma'am.
Do you understand that you have the right to an extradition hearing?
So would I have to schedule that extradition hearing?
So the extradition hearing and all the things regarding that is what I told you at first.
Okay.
So
Yes.
so you do understand that you have a right to that hearing?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have the right to demand that the governor's warrant be signed by the governor both here in Arizona and Colorado?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have a right to bond?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to give up those rights and sign the paperwork?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign the paperwork?
No.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication within the last 24 hours?
No.
I find that you have knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are signing the waiver, and I'm also going to sign it. I am directing the Sheriff's Office to notify the requesting state that you are ready to return. The requesting state will have 30 days from tomorrow to pick you up unless there are local charges pending. If there are local charges pending, the 30 days will not start until the conclusion of that case. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you just step forward and sign the paperwork.
Next, did anybody catch his name? I want to look him up. These fugitives, we need to start looking them up because the last fugitives that were here, they were swindling people for pools. They were making millions. They scammed like 600 people or so for like in between like $50,000 to $70,000 per person. Man, people have been dropping comments on that video that I dropped from them, talking about that man, they were just making all kinds of promises. They got the whole neighborhood to give up their money without any type of work being done. What? Why is he back? I thought he was out. He was outro. What? Where you at? Okay, he signed a paper. All right, new case. All right. That's crazy. Yeah, man, people have been dropping comments on that video. I was surprised. Some people have been dropping.
This concludes our 5 p.m. initial
video.
appearance calendar. We stand in recess
Which video?
until 8 p.m.
All right, thank you.
Oh, that's it. It's over. I should be back in about, I got to take a little break. I got to go eat. I haven't ate anything yet. In about an hour or so, we're going to be doing Pima County, where the speed's a little bit slower, where I'm able to interact with you guys a little bit more. Hey, if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that subscribe button. It's free 99. And also, if you guys could follow my second account, I'm trying to get to up to 1,000, just in case this account ever goes down. Then we got a backup, and this one's coming directly out of London. I just hit it right there. It's CollectCallFrom .YT. All right. I followed A. Thank you, George. Highly appreciate it, man. That's what I'm talking about with you. You guys can make this happen. It's kind of like, when you see those commercials for like World Vision, and they say it's you can make a difference by donating 49 cents a day. Well, this is it right here. This is your chance to make a difference, but it's gonna be free. It's not gonna cost you anything. All you gotta do is subscribe. Don't be stingy with the subscriptions and with the hearts and tapping the screen, because if you're not tapping, you must be napping. And thank you for whoever put me up on that one. I like it a lot. Anyhow, I'm gonna go ahead and cut the stream. I really appreciate you guys. I am Collect Call James, and you are watching You Have a Collect Call From. You made a difference in my days. Gracias. Hey, man, I'm glad I did, man. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. Hell to the yeah. Hey, I'm right here to, the people that are on these cameras, they're going through these things in life. Obviously they're not having a good day, but us, the people that are on here, we could have a little laugh over their misery. Sometimes it be like that, like I say around here, better them than me. When's the next live? It'll be in an hour, and an hour and 3 minutes to be exact. We're going to be doing Pima County. All right. So, hey, like I was saying, I'm your host, Collect Call James. You are watching You Have a Collect Call From. If you want to see it, because don't worry, Pima County is good, so don't even trip. Whether you're here or TikTok or YouTube or wherever you're gonna be following, it don't matter. Hey, Catherine, highly appreciate the follow. Free 99. That's what I'm talking about right there. You know what time it is. Anyhow, like I say around here, like a candle in the wind, like a candle. Once you blow it out, it lights out. And with that, we are out. Rato. See you next time. And with that being said, on this stream here, on you guys that are here on YouTube, I'm just gonna put it on. I'm gonna continue off of this one, so I have to start up a new one. I'm just gonna put it on. What is it? I'm gonna put it on what is that called? Not listed. So it'll stay on. If you want to just hang around here for the next hour, I'm gonna step away because I do have to eat. And I gotta continue working on that sync that I've been working on for like the whole day before my like that, or at least I gotta have one sync done by today. So I'm currently working on it. So in between the streams and whatnot, that's what I've been doing. And let me put this on private. Or no, not private, unlisted. I'm gonna do it unlisted. When I come back, I'll fix it so that you guys could, whoever doesn't jump on, can't jump on. Let me just put this, because if not, then I'll forget about it. Then I need to fix it. So I just gotta hit save and we'll be good. Let me put this away. We got a few. No, that was quick. Yeah. All right. Let me put my camera on. Put my microphone on mute here. All right, all right. Let's see what it is. All right, let's go live and direct. Oopsie. Let me see, do I gotta do anything else? Oh yeah, I gotta get that overlay going. Gotta get the other phone ready. We're notifying that you're live. Okay. Good looking out. Oh, welcome back. Hey, what's up, Dalton? How's it going? Hey, what's up, Kimberly? Hey, Kimberly, gracias. Highly appreciate it. So right now we're going to be in Pima County. I repeat, Pima County, Arizona. Let me go ahead and activate auto find, activate. Okay. Let me see here. Bam. Okay. Let's see this one. How is everybody doing today? Where is everybody coming in from? Okay, I hear it.
Hernandez Jones Jr.
Sir, you are here because you have a warrant out of Pima County Justice Court. The charge is criminal trespass. I'm going to enter a not guilty plea for you. You have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney, although not necessarily at court expense. Sir, I am going to release you on your own signature on this case. You're still held on felony charges, and I'm not changing anything about your felony case. I'm ordering that you do not go back to the incident location for the trespass. And your next court date in Justice Court is February 21st at 8:30 in the morning. If you're not in custody, sir, you must appear for that hearing or a warrant could issue. Do you have any questions? Good luck, sir.
Yep.
Okay, there. Can you guys see now? All right, all right. Hopefully you can. Hey, Teresa, how's it going? Welcome back. Let me adjust the screen here. Just doing the last finishing touches, if you will. We don't need to see that much of the judge. Oh, any takers? What do you guys think this young lady's here for?
Hi, ma'am. What's your full name?
Adria Doreen Linville.
Ma'am, you're here because you've been charged with promoting prison contraband and possession of drug paraphernalia.
What?
I will enter a not guilty plea for you. You have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney. I'm appointing the legal defender's office to represent you. Pretrial services tells me that you are in the highest risk category for a violent felony offense, although I don't believe that is correct because this is not a violent offense. And the state is asking that I set bond in the amount of $2,500. Defense counsel, she's held on a $350 bond on another case. I'm inclined to set bond at $100 in this case.
No objection to that, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to set bond in this case in the amount of $100 secured. If you post that, ma'am, you're released to pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, and submit to any monitoring or treatment that's directed by pretrial. Your next court date on this is a preliminary hearing on February 3rd at 1:30 in the afternoon. However, that court date is very likely to change, so if you do get released from custody, please stay in touch with your attorney and with pretrial services so you know when your hearing is. If you miss it, you will get a warrant. Do you have any questions about your release conditions or your court date?
No.
Good luck, ma'am.
Damn, she got busted with the
Your Honor,
clavo.
Gail here.
Yes.
Hey, good
The
evening,
next
Rhonda.
two people, Macedo, Eric, and then
Maribel.
Navarro, Johnny, I'm still waiting for them to be sent down. So
Caitlin.
is it all right if we push them to the end?
Yep, absolutely.
For sure.
Thank you,
For sure. How is everybody doing tonight?
Push back.
Hopefully you guys are in good spirits today. If you're down, hopefully this stream will help you out with that. We definitely promote mental wellness, and today's gonna be Mental Wellness Wednesday.
Okay.
Good spirits here. That's right. That's what I'm talking about, Rhonda. I like that. Ho! All right. Let's get your guys' blood flowing here. Wake up. Let me see. I'm good. I gotta eat, but I'm trying to get that taps up. Hey, Tabby. Gracias, highly appreciated. That's right. If you're not tapping, you must be napping. And also hit that subscribe button. It's free 99. Doesn't cost you anything. And sharing is caring. Share it to your loved ones. Share it to the ones you don't love, but just share it.
Hi, sir. What's your full name?
Thank you, Snow.
Rodney Orlando Qualls.
Excuse me?
Sir, you're here because you're charged with possession of a prohibited weapon. I am going to enter a not guilty plea for you. You have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you. This looks like it's adding a charge to something he's already held on. Am I correct?
Not entirely clear, Your Honor. I will recheck the interim to be certain. But
on January,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
On January 18th, he's charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and aggravated assault, serious physical injury. And this says that he was found with a gun that day, and that they've since test fired it, and yes, it was fully automatic. So I'm guessing this is the same incident. They're just adding the prohibited weapon charge.
This is live. Yes, it is.
Your Honor, that would seem to track with the information. Okay. Yes, it looks like he had an illegally modified pistol with a switch.
He's going to
rendering
state.
It an illegal automatic weapon.
He's going to La Pinta.
So what I'm going to do, sir, you're already held on a $20,000 bond on this case. I'm going to set a $20,000 bond in this case, but I'm going to make it concurrent because it's the same incident. Okay, they're adding a charge essentially.
Damn. Hey. He is Pinta bound.
Says it's FW2.
He's heading to prison, catching the chain. And around here, if you guys are new, if you guys could go ahead and guess the individuals that are coming up, what they're in for, feel free to do so.
All right, so I'm not adding to your bond. I'm running them at the same time, so the $20,000 covers both. If you post that bond, you're released to pretrial services, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, and submit to any monitoring or treatment that's directed by pretrial. Your next court date on this one is a preliminary hearing on February 3rd at 1:30 in the afternoon. Sir, that court date is very likely to change. So if you are released before then, please stay in touch with pretrial and with your attorney. That way you know when your court date is. If you miss it, you will get a warrant. Do you have any questions about your court date or your release conditions? Sir?
Hello.
No, ma'am.
Good luck, sir.
I'm not from Arizona, but I could tell you if he had a what do you call it, a modified weapon, oh, that's all bad right there. I'm surprised the feds didn't pick that up, or they didn't send them over to, they didn't refer that case over to the federales. Definitely gonna go to prison. Oh yeah, guaranteed. That switch, yup. George, you're right. They ain't playing. Especially if he has priors. Did they say anything about being on parole? Yep, switch is definitely feds. Yeah, they don't play around. But every state's different. Depends, you know, what state you get caught in. Some states will refer to the feds, or the feds will pick it up a lot quicker than others. I don't know how Phoenix or Pima County works, if you will. I know in LA they didn't used to pick them up, but I think since they got in light on crime, I think now stuff like that they do refer over to the feds, and the feds will pick it up. Ace Cassandra, thank you for the like. Highly appreciate it. Hey, what's up, Sat? How's it going tonight? And we're in Pima County, and this is live once again. This is live.
State, while she's talking to that defendant, on the next one, Clint Roberson, I noted that you wrote on the recommendation that he's not STEPS eligible. Is he still SMART eligible?
Lucy, thank you
I'm
for
the same, Your Honor.
Like. Highly appreciate it.
Well, I thought STEPS was the diversion program and SMART was a larger program that may not be
I was
diversion.
up till midnight. I was hurting this morning.
One is a part of the other, Your Honor, and based on my understanding, as I briefly worked in the STEPS court, in SMART court, they are not. This person is not qualified.
Hey, what time zone are you in? Cassandra, once again. Rhonda, thank you again for the. Hey, that's right. If you're not tapping, you must be napping. Definitely the best live. Hey, gracias, George. Highly appreciate it. Trying to bring something different. I'm in Wyoming. Damn, the mountains. She. Rhonda, gracias. Don, thank you. Rhonda, laughing out loud. What did this guy
sir,
do?
What's your full name?
DUI.
Brian Roberson.
All right, sir, you're here because you've been charged with possession of a narcotic drug and possession of drug paraphernalia. I will enter a not guilty plea for you. You have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney, and I'm appointing the legal advocate's office to represent you. Pretrial services tells me that you are in the highest risk
You talking about him or me?
for nonviolent felony offenses. You do have a probation hold, so you're held without bond on a probation situation right now. The state is asking for a $5,000 bond, and defense counsel, I don't know if you heard, but they're saying he's not eligible for SMART court. Defense counsel?
Your Honor, he's lived in Tucson for 33 years and has ties to the community. This does appear to be a personal use drug offense, and possibly just one pill. So in light of the nature of the charges, I'd ask that the bond be set at $500.
Corey, you ain't right, Corey.
Given the risk assessment, I'm going to set bond in the amount of $1,500 secured. And, sir, if you post that bond, you're released to pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, and submit to any monitoring or treatment that's directed by pretrial services. Your next court date on this is February 3rd at 1:30 in the afternoon. However, that court date is very likely to change. So if you are released from custody, stay in touch with your attorney and with pretrial services so that they can tell you when your court date is. If you miss it, you will get a warrant. And I just want to be clear, sir, that if you post bond on this while the probation hold is still there, you're not going to get out. You're going to be released to pretrial services if you get released on the probation hold and you post the bond in this one, just to make sure that I was clear. Sir, do you have any questions about your release conditions or your court date?
Yeah, because I've been in here since I believe September. I already got sentenced with my last charge. I'm actually in the process of getting a bed within the next week to rehab.
Well, this charge is from July, but they're just filing it now.
Yeah.
So
I just know I was talked to by an officer today from Sarita, and they said this was over 2 years ago. And the officer told me that there was no charges going to be pending or anything.
They are now.
You make a good point that this is from 2023.
Yeah.
Okay, give me a moment. I want to.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Snow. From 2 years. Hey, if they're gonna pick up one tablet,
I frankly thought it was July of this past year. I'm glad that you pointed that out. Give me a moment.
If they picked up one tablet, I wouldn't be surprised if they pick up a case from 2 years ago. I don't know what the statute of limitations are in Arizona. I know in California.
Right. So right now you were placed on probation on the other case, and you're doing 90 days as a condition of probation.
Yes, and also I've been taking Suboxone since I've been in jail to help out with me not doing drugs as soon as I get out. And they're actually, I talked to COPE as of yesterday through video visit, and they're trying to get me a bed within the next week or so I can go to rehabilitation within for like 3 to 6 months. Okay. And after that, then get whatever.
Let me talk to your attorney real quick, okay?
Sidebar.
So I'm willing to release him to pretrial on this, given that information. because if he gets released, he's going to be on probation and hopefully in treatment. If I do that, though, he's not getting credit from now until they get him a bed. So if I put a bond on him, he gets credit, but it stops him from going to a bed. If I don't put a bond on him, he won't get credit, but he can go to a bed when they have one. Do you want to talk to him briefly?
Yeah, I'm going to talk to him real quick.
Okay.
Snow, thank you for that badge. Highly appreciate it. I think. Hey, Meg, thank you for that follow. Highly appreciate it. Remember, hey, follow. It's free 99. Don't cost you anything. Cost you anything. Don't be stingy with the follows. Help me out. Help me grow. Help us get to 20,000 on TT and 5K on YT.
Your Honor, he says that he has a bed there and that they're coming tomorrow to sign his form. So it sounds like he really does have a bed available in the very near future. And it would be really unfortunate if a low bond kept him from going to get treatment. So I'm comfortable with releasing him to pretrial services and losing a little bit of time credit.
For sure.
All
Thank
right,
you, Britt.
So I am going to do that. I think it's appropriate for all the reasons, frankly, that the defendant just pointed out. Sir, I'm releasing you to pretrial services on this case. Still, no alcohol or drugs, no firearms or weapons. Submit to all monitoring
Harley,
or treatment that's directed by pretrial. And then your court date changes. It's going to be February 11th at 1:30. But again, that court date is very likely to change. So make sure that when you get out, you stay in touch with pretrial and your attorney as well as probation so that you know when you need to be in court, okay?
Understood, Your Honor.
Right. Good luck, sir. I hope treatment's helpful.
Thank you.
All right. So we're currently in Pima County Court. Excuse me, Your Honor. Yeah. So we're live streaming actual court hearings here. You just never know what kind of case you're gonna get here. So this isn't for kids. This is for educational purposes only. We do recover job interviews. That's right, thing, Britt. Hell yeah. I'm gonna laugh in Spanish. Let me see. So yeah, hey, help me out here. You know, tap. If you're not tapping, you must be napping. And let me see. And welcome everybody. Everybody's welcome here. You know, just keep it PG-13 because we don't know who's on here. We're not trying to corrupt anybody, if you will. And Rhonda, thank you. Highly appreciate that. Eyes of an Angel 618. Gracias. Appreciate the like. Cassandra, act up. Gracias. Highly appreciate it. And man, I'm waiting to flush the toilet. Hopefully we're able to flush the toilet tonight. Hey, Kayla, gracias. Jeff, thank you. Harley, thank you. Juanita, gracias. Harley, act up. Let me see, Rhonda. Let me see. Hold on, I went too fast. I missed it. I'm trying not to damage any of my non-convict. Right. All right. Hey, what do you?
Sir, what's your full name?
What do you guys think this guy did?
Jared Anton.
Right. What's your middle name?
Cornelius.
Cornelius.
Sir, you are here because you have.
He's not enough. Oh yeah. Nah.
6 warrants out of Tucson. Out of South Tucson Municipal Court, for failure to appear on charges of criminal trespass, shoplifting, criminal trespass, shoplifting, criminal trespass, shoplifting, criminal trespass, and shoplifting and shoplifting. On those, I'm going to enter a not guilty plea for you. You have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney. I am going to appoint Anna Dennis to represent you on those cases. Sir, I'm setting bond in the amount of $1,000 secured. If you post that bond, do not go back to the incident location.
Half off on anything.
Your next court date is tomorrow at Pima County Justice
Boricua,
Court.
gracias.
If you're in custody, they'll see you by video. If you're out of custody, you must appear or a warrant could issue. Sir, you also have a warrant out of Tucson City Court for failure to appear on charges of shoplifting, possession of drug paraphernalia, and failure to appear. On that case, you have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney. I'm appointing the City Public Defender's Office to represent you. You also have the right to be present at all future hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant could issue. You could be charged with failure to appear as a separate criminal offense. You could be tried and convicted in your absence, and if you couldn't be sentenced within 90 days because of your failure to appear, you could also lose your right to appeal. I'm also required to warn you that if you're convicted of a crime, there may be collateral consequences, and including but not limited to immigration consequences. Sir, on this case, I'm going to set bond in the amount of $250 secured. I'm ordering that you do not go back to the incident location, and your next court date in city court, if you're in custody, you'll be seen by video on January 31st at 1:45. If you're released from custody before then, sir, your court date changes to February 21st at 9 a.m. Sir, do you have any questions about your release conditions or your court date?
No.
Good luck, sir.
All right, Israel.
Let's make it 7. Let's make it 7. Let's make it 7 FTAs. Failure to appears. Why stop at 6? Let's break the records here. Man, all right. Next, what do you guys think this guy did? Damn, he looked mighty rough, looking like a used up cotton tip or a Q-tip. Hands were hella dirty. Looked like he just ran him through a.
David Allen Coker.
Sir, you are here on several things. First of all, you have 4 warrants out of Pima County Justice Court. It looks like you failed to appear on charges of criminal trespass, criminal trespass, failure to appear, and criminal trespass. In addition, sir, you have a new charge of criminal trespass. On all of those, I'm going to enter a not guilty plea for you. You do have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney. I'm going to appoint...
That's the trespasser of the year right there.
Janet Altschuler to represent you.
Pulling out all the stops.
Give me one moment to fill that in on the paperwork.
He was framed. Right around the... Joanne writes, dang, wow. Let me see, man. We were all wrong.
Her name and phone number will be in your paperwork. Sir, on each of these cases, I'm setting a $100 secured bond, so the total is going to be $500 secured, and I'm ordering that you do not go back to the incident location. Your next court date is going to be tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon with Judge Ball. If you're in custody, he'll see you by video. If you are out of custody, sir, you need to appear for that hearing or a warrant could issue. Do you have any questions about your release conditions or your court dates?
What?
Sir, do you have any questions?
That fool's not even here.
What do you mean release conditions?
Your release conditions are a $500 secured bond and do not go back to the incident location.
Okay.
Hey, he has a knot. He has a huge knot on his head. I know you guys can see it.
Over with my attorney in one day.
Well, I assume that she will visit you probably by video before then, but I don't know. That's between you and her, sir.
You can? Okay, yeah, he has a huge knot.
All right, good luck, sir.
Hey, what's up, Blackwood? Welcome back. Damn, that thing is like... Hey, damn, that he got rocked. Somebody said he got rocked. Hell yeah. What do you think she did? She looked coming in looking like Courtney Love.
Excedrin. Give me one moment.
Like a young Courtney Love. Thank you, Blackwoods. Copy, beat him up.
Ma'am, you are here because you have a warrant out of Pima County Justice Court for charges of assault, assault as a domestic violence offense, disorderly conduct, and disorderly conduct as a domestic violence offense. The judge assigned to your case has asked for a bond of $2,499. I will impose that as a secured bond. You have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney. I'm appointing Robin Ald to represent you. Her name and phone number will be in your paperwork. I'm ordering that you do not commit any acts of domestic violence and follow all release conditions that were previously set. Your next court date is tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon with Judge Ball. If you're in custody, you'll be seen by video. If you're out of custody, you need to appear for that hearing or a warrant could issue. Do you have any questions about your release conditions or your court date?
No.
Good luck, ma'am.
What was she there for? Man, I get distracted. I got the attention span
Your
of a
Honor, how much
squirrel.
was your bond set again?
The last one?
Yes, ma'am.
This is my city. That's right.
$24.99.
Represent.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, she got DV. Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you guys for letting me know. I'm easily distracted. I can't keep my eye on the price. Next, what do you think she
What's
did?
your full name?
James Bird.
Right, sir, you're here because you've been charged with criminal trespass.
Trespasser.
I am going to enter a not guilty plea for you. You have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney, although not necessarily at court expense. You have the right to be present at all future hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant could issue. You could be charged with failure to appear as a separate criminal offense. You could be tried and convicted in your absence, and if you couldn't be sentenced within 90 days because of your failure to appear, you could lose your right to appeal. I'm also required to tell you that if you're convicted of a crime, there may be collateral consequences, unintended other consequences, including but not limited to immigration consequences.
Is wild.
Sir, I am going to release you on your own signature on this case, and I'm ordering that you do not go back to the incident location. Your next court date is February 2nd at 2 o'clock in the afternoon at Tucson City Court with Judge Cranshaw. You must appear for that hearing. Do you have any questions about your release conditions or your court date?
Did you say I can be appointed an attorney, ma'am?
So you have the right to an attorney, but at this moment you do not qualify for a court-appointed attorney because you're not being held on this case and there's no mandatory jail time. You can certainly ask the judge on February 2nd, but at this time you don't qualify.
Is that because it's a first offense?
It's because you only get an attorney if you are being held in jail on a bond or if you're facing jail time if you're convicted, or if there's an interest of justice reason. That's something you can talk to Judge Cranshaw about. But generally it's things like if someone's got a mental illness that makes it hard for them to represent themselves, or there's a really unique legal issue that we would never expect someone who's not a lawyer to be able to handle. But a lot of people with misdemeanor offenses do represent themselves. In fact, probably most misdemeanor defendants.
Because they can't afford it.
Okay.
They got nothing to lose at that point.
All right. Good luck, sir. And sir, you're certainly welcome to hire an attorney if you want to. That's always up to you, just so you know.
I do have mental disorders and I need help with getting one.
Sierra, thank you for the follow. Highly appreciate it.
Are you enrolled with an agency right now?
I tried to enroll with Southern Arizona Legal Aid, but they've been backed up with appointments. I haven't been able to get an attorney through them.
Okay, but are you enrolled with any treatment agencies like Kodak?
Just insurance. That's all.
Okay, so if you have a mental health condition, you might qualify for mental health court, but you have to have a diagnosis from a provider like Kodak, La Frontera, something like that. So my advice to you is, I'm going to leave everything just the way it is, but my advice to you is between now and February 2nd, go get yourself enrolled with a mental health provider, get an official diagnosis and all of that, and bring that information to your hearing on February 2nd. Because if you qualify for mental health court, that might be a really good option for you because it's different and it's long story, but so if you can do that between now and February 2nd, that will help you, okay? All right. Good luck, sir.
Next. Hey, where's everybody's tuning in from?
Sit down for their emails, right? We'll get you.
Where you guys coming in from? Rep your city. Mental health court. Or next, let's see what this guy did. Kansas City, Dallas,
Hi,
MD,
sir. What's your full name?
New Zealand, what though?
Brian Diaz.
Mexico, Texas.
All right, sir, you're here because you've been charged with disorderly conduct and assault. They're both domestic violence offenses. I will enter a not guilty plea for you. You have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney, although not necessarily at court expense. You have the right to be present at all future hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant could issue. You could be charged with failure to appear as a separate criminal offense. You could be tried and convicted in your absence. And if you couldn't be sentenced within 90 days because of your failure to appear, you could also lose your right to appeal. I'm required to tell you that if you're convicted of a crime, that there may be collateral consequences, including but not limited to immigration consequences. Sir, on this case, I'm going to release you on your own signature. Pretrial services tells me that you are in the lowest risk category for misdemeanor offenses. I am going to order that you do not commit any acts of domestic violence, do not have any contact whatsoever with the listed victim, which is Dolce. I'm not sure how to say it.
And Gabbana?
Yaslava, and do not go to her residence or workplace. You may go back one time with law enforcement to get your things. That means that you can take my order to the nearest police station to that address. Someone will go with you so you can get your belongings. Your next court date on this is February 18th at 1:30 in the afternoon at Tucson City Court with Judge Million, and you must appear for that hearing. Do you have any questions about your release conditions or your court date?
May I ask 2 questions?
If it's about your release conditions or your court date, yes.
This is Arizona.
Well, you said something about immigration, but I was born in the States.
I'm required to tell every single person at arraignment that if they're convicted of a crime, there could be collateral consequences. Immigration's one of them, but there are lots of other ones as well.
You're going to be deported, sir.
Okay.
It don't matter anymore.
Any questions? Any
You're
other
out of
questions?
here.
All right. Good
Send
luck.
them back.
February 18th is perfect. Thank you so much, Your Honor. Have a great one.
Send them back.
They're
sending him.
downstairs to the mail. Thank you. Paredes?
He's gone. He's out of here. Next, what do you think? Is this a young lady? David?
Hi, what's your full name?
Interested?
Anita Guadalupe Paredes Rivera.
Come
All
again.
right, so ma'am, you are here because you have a warrant out of Tucson City Court.
What did she do?
The original charges were having an open container of alcohol in a vehicle.
Drugs.
As a criminal charge. You also had a civil charge of a cracked windshield, which is probably defaulted.
How
Yeah,
dare
it's already
you.
defaulted, that one. Ma'am, on these, you do have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney. I'm appointing the City Public Defender's Office to represent you. You also have the right to be present at all future hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant could issue. You could be charged with failure to appear as a separate criminal offense. And if you could not be sentenced within, I lost track because I was trying to read something and talk at the same time. I shouldn't be doing that. If you fail to appear, a warrant could issue. You could be charged with failure to appear as a separate criminal offense. You could be tried and convicted in your absence. And if you couldn't be sentenced within 90 days because of your failure to appear, you could lose your right to appeal. I'm required to tell you that if you're convicted of a crime, there may be collateral consequences, including but not limited to
Adios,
immigration
amiga.
consequences. On this
Adios.
case, ma'am, I'm going to release you on your own signature on the misdemeanor. However, my understanding is that you have a probation hold, so you're not going to actually get released unless that's lifted as well. Your next court date on the misdemeanor is February 28th at 9 o'clock in the morning with Judge Klotz. Your assigned judge is Judge Maldonado, but that first hearing is before Judge Klotz. Do you have any questions about your release conditions or your court date?
I actually thought it was a DWI, not a DUI.
Her voice is a little bit
What
deep.
I have is open container in a vehicle. It's not a DUI or it's not a DUI. It's having an open container of alcohol in a vehicle. That's the charge I have in city court.
I got to check her
Okay.
neck.
Then I was misunderstood.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
No. My next court for the probation will be
216.
tomorrow. I just they brought me down from Cochise. So tomorrow is my next court date.
I have absolutely no idea. I don't have anything to do with that court. I'm sorry.
No, but I'm just asking, do you know if it's tomorrow?
I don't. I don't have access to that information. Sorry.
Got it. Thank you.
Take care.
Ms. Paredes, you go downstairs, see those females, right, man?
And everybody that just joined up, anybody that's watching, welcome to You Have a Collect Call From, where we deal with anything that has to do with incarcerated individuals.
Hi, ma'am. What's your full name?
Brandy
DUI.
South.
All right, ma'am.
Oh,
You're
she has
here
a worse
because
voice.
you've been charged with threatening. I'm going to enter a not guilty plea for you. You have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney. I'm appointing the City Public Defender's Office to represent you. You have the right to be present at all future hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant could issue. You could be charged with failure to appear as a separate criminal offense. You could be tried and convicted in your absence. And if you couldn't be sentenced within 90 days because of your failure to appear, you could lose your right to appeal. I'm required to tell you that if you're convicted of a crime, consequences, including immigration consequences or other
You're out
consequences.
of here.
All right. On this
Everybody's
case, ma'am,
guilty.
it's my understanding that you are held on a felony offense, and I can't change that, but I'm going to release you on your own signature on the misdemeanor offense. I'm going to order that you do not have any contact with the listed victim and do not go to that person's residence or workplace. And your next court date on this is February 28th at 9 o'clock in the morning. Judge Verena is your assigned judge, but that first hearing will be with Judge Clotes. Do you have any questions about your release conditions or your court date?
No, ma'am.
Good luck, ma'am.
Adios.
Thank you.
Damn. You better go get your voice box checked out, lady. It don't sound too bueno. Anyhow, hey, if you're not tapping, you must be napping. Hit that subscribe button. It's free 99.
Hi, sir. What's your full name?
Jose Valencia.
All right, sir, you're here because you have a warrant
What's
for
up,
failure
Rosie?
to appear on charges of disorderly conduct as a domestic violence offense, criminal damage as a domestic violence offense, and assault as a domestic violence offense. I will enter a not guilty plea for you. You have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney. I'm appointing the City Public Defender's Office to represent you. You have the right to be present at all future hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant could issue. You could be charged with failure to appear as a separate criminal offense. You could be tried and convicted in your absence. And if you couldn't be sentenced within 90 days because of your failure to appear, you could lose your right to appeal. I'm also required to tell you that if you're convicted of a crime, it may have collateral consequences, including but not limited to immigration consequences. Sir, on this case, my understanding is that you have a probation hold, so you're not going to be released unless that hold is lifted. But I'm going to release you on your own signature on the misdemeanor. I'm ordering that you do not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, do not commit any acts of domestic violence, do not have any contact whatsoever with Jose Valencia Sr., and do not go to that person's residence or workplace. Your case is assigned to me. I'm Judge Surio, but your next court date is going to be February 28th at 9 o'clock in the morning with Judge Clotes. Do you have any questions about your release conditions or your court date?
No.
Good luck, sir.
Damn, drop one.
Stairs outside, so we can mail.
Drop one, flush one. All right, let's get this turd out of the way. Next one coming up. What do you guys think the next individuals will be coming up for tonight? Oh, we got another young lady.
Erica Tatiana Gould.
Tatiana.
Ma'am, you're here because you have a warrant out of Minnesota. Counsel, are you waiving reading?
Yes.
All right, I going to enter a not guilty plea for you. You have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney. I'm appointing the Legal Defender's Office to represent you. The warrant lists a bond amount of $25,000. The state is asking that I impose that amount. Pretrial Services is telling me that you are a level 2 out of 4 when it comes to risk for nonviolent felony offenses.
What did she do?
Defense counsel.
I missed it.
Your Honor, I would just ask that a review hearing be set on the warrant.
DV. Oh,
all right,
man,
I'm going to set bond in the amount of $25,000, the amount on the warrant. If you post that, you're released to pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Submit to any monitoring or treatment that's directed by pretrial services, and you must follow all registration laws. Your next court date on this is January 27th at 2:30 in the afternoon. And that court date is not going to change. It's not like a preliminary hearing, just in case you heard me talking to someone else earlier. Ma'am, do you have any questions about your release conditions or your court date?
I don't know.
No. All right. Good luck, ma'am.
All right. So this is Pima County in Arizona. This is live. This is night court. Also, for those of you that are wondering what's up with the toilet, anybody that has bad charges, like
the next person is our Spanish speaker,
like a SA charge, domestic violence, or something that's out of the ordinary that's gonna upset us, they get the toilet flush because you know what they say: drop one, flush one, and that kind of lets everybody know that they're no bueno. Hey, Bev, thank you for the follow. Highly appreciate it. And tap, because if you're not tapping, you are napping.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sorry, you were both talking to me at the same time.
And the next individual, what do you think they're going to be coming for? Get them answers ready. Get them Twitter fingers ready, if you will, like Drake would say. Hey, Liz, thank you for the follow. Highly appreciate it. And hey, remember, you know, it's free 99. Doesn't cost you anything to follow. I'm not asking for any money. I'm just asking for the likes and the subscribes. And also, you can follow the second channel, Trapping Domestic. You're not tapping, you're napping. That's right, Blackwood.
Hi, ma'am.
Domestic.
What is your full name?
Thank you.
Hola, señora. ¿Cuál es su nombre completo?
Ay, Consuelo.
Liliana Evangelina Andrade Moreno.
Liliana Evangelina Andrade Moreno.
Ash Trevino. You guys are killing me over
All right,
here.
ma'am, you are here because you've been charged with possession of a narcotic drug for sale and transportation of a narcotic drug for sale.
Damn, abuelitas with
Señor,
the
está usted
business.
aquí porque le han hecho al cargo de posesión de droga narcótica y posesión de droga narcótica para venta.
I'm going to enter a not guilty plea for you.
Voy a presentar una declaración de no culpable para usted.
You have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney.
Tiene el derecho a permanecer en silencio y de tener un abogado.
I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you.
Public pretender.
Le voy a nombrar un abogado a la oficina de abogados de oficio para que la representen.
Her goose is cooked.
Pretrial services tells me that you are in the lowest risk category for nonviolent felony offenses.
Los servicios precondenatorios me dicen que está usted en la categoría más baja de delitos no violentos.
The state is asking me to set bond in the amount of $15,000.
Y el Estado me está pidiendo que ponga una fianza de $15,000.
Your Honor?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, after a second review of the facts, the IC came in on this one. The interim complaint on this one came in a little bit late. This is 33 plus pounds of methamphetamine that we're talking about.
Hold on. You have to speak in shorter sentence parts so that the interpreter can interpret.
Después de una segunda revisión de la queja interina, de esto se está tratando de 33 y pico libras de metanfetamina.
Gators.
Therefore, the state amends its request to 25,000 plus.
Pushing that weight.
De esa manera, el Estado pide modificar la fianza a $25,000 más.
Yeah, working for.
The defendant stated she is a Mexican national, does not have a local address. She lives in Sonora. That is the ultimate in-flight risk, Your Honor. If she flees, we no longer have any realistic ability to get her back.
Súmanse a la
Otra cosa, la acusada ha mencionado que ella es ciudadana mexicana que vive en Sonora y en Sonora, México, y ese es el riesgo más alto de que se vaya a dar la fuga sin que sea ella procesada.
She'll deport herself if they let her go. Shit, I'll be
Your Honor,
gone.
she has no criminal history. I'd ask you to set the bond at $5,000.
Su señoría, ella no tiene ningún historial delictivo. Pediríamos que ponga una fianza de $5,000.
She's done. Hey, Chingator, she's done. She is done. The broke man's Griselda. Shh. She's going upstate. Hey, Christina, thank you for the follow.
Given that she has no ties to Arizona, I do think a significant bond is appropriate.
Dado que no tiene lazos ella en Arizona, pienso que una fianza significativa es apropiada.
33 pounds. She's pushing that major weight. And these fools over here on the
I'm
street.
actually going to set bond in the amount the state originally requested, which is $15,000.
Y voy a programar la fianza por la cantidad que originalmente había pedido el Estado, que es la cantidad de $15,000.
Ma'am, if you post that bond, you're released to pretrial services.
Señora, si deposita usted esa fianza, será liberada a los servicios precondenatorios.
You're not to have any alcohol, illegal drugs, firearms, or weapons.
No debe tomar nada de alcohol, consumir drogas ilegales, ni portar armas de fuego o cualquier tipo de arma.
And you must submit to any monitoring or treatment that's directed by pretrial.
Y debe de hacer cualquier tratamiento monitoreado que los servicios precondenatorios le pidan hacer.
Your next court date is February 3rd at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Su próxima comparecencia será el día 3 de febrero a la 1:30 de la tarde.
That court date is very likely to change, though.
Esa comparecencia lo más seguro es que vaya a cambiar.
If you do post bond, please stay in touch with your attorney and with pretrial services so they can give you your court date.
Si deposita usted la fianza, por favor, mantenga contacto con los servicios precondenatorios y con su abogado para que le mantengan actualizada.
If you miss court, you will get a warrant.
Y si falta usted al tribunal, a sus comparecencias presentarán una orden de aprehensión.
I'm also ordering that you do not leave the state of Arizona if you post bond.
También voy a ordenar que que usted no salga del estado de Arizona si llega a depositar la fianza.
Ma'am, anything you say can be used against you.
Señora, cualquier cosa que usted diga pudiera ser usado en su contra.
So please don't say anything about the charges themselves or what happened or didn't happen.
Así que por favor no hable de los cargos en sí, de lo que sucedió o no sucedió.
But do you have any questions about the release conditions that I set or your court date?
Pero ¿tiene usted alguna pregunta de las condiciones de su liberación que le acabo de dar o de su próxima comparecencia en el tribunal?
Si no tengo para pagar la fianza.
And if I don't have money to pay for the bond,
you can speak to your attorney and they can file a motion to lower bond.
This is live.
Puede hablar usted con su abogado y ellos pueden tramitar un pedimento para que reduzcan la fianza.
And then a superior court judge would rule on that.
Y un juez del Tribunal Superior hace un dictamen sobre eso.
Any other questions, ma'am?
¿Alguna otra pregunta, señora?
I think she said no. It looked like I couldn't hear her, but her mouth looked like she said no.
I couldn't hear her as well.
All right. Thank you. Good luck,
Gracias, señora. Buena suerte.
And thank you to the interpreter.
Damn, yeah, she's gonna get one of these right here. She's gonna get two. Tia right here, she's pushing that weight, you know, like all these fools be dreaming about pushing that type of weight she was pushing. This is the real deal right here. That's it. She's gonna be gone for a long time, and she's not gonna go to Kansas by any means. All right, next, let's see who's coming up next, and you guys go ahead and get your Twitter fingers ready and let us know what you think the next individual's coming up for. Free you, Tia. That's Fed time. Yeah, the Federales pick it up. Hey, what's up, Queen? Welcome back. She's going to Perryville. Santos next. Who's Santos? I'm not familiar. Can you guys give me in the loop?
Hi, sir. What's your full name?
Jesus Enrique de Cochea Jr.
Top level Edgar right here.
Because you've been charged with aggravated assault, I'm going to enter a not guilty plea for you. You do have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent
who that is.
you. Pretrial services tells me that you are in the lowest risk category for violent felony offenses. The state is asking for a $5,000 bond. Defense counsel, I'm inclined to release him to pretrial services. Do you want to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. I would ask you to follow that recommendation. He's currently set to graduate high school in May and on the football team. He has a lot of good things going on in the community.
Counsel, can you mute for 1 minute and talk to him? I'm wondering if he goes to the same school as the victim, because that may be one of my release conditions is not to go back to the victim's school.
Okay.
Let me see. Santos. Who's Santos? Let me see. I'm looking it up. Santos. No, I got Santos F's football club. Not the football club, Santos, right? Let me see. Did I miss a message? I want to make sure. He's not on the team anymore. Guaranteed. Ash Trevino, plug in Mexico. What? He's in high school. You need to look it up. Let me see. Look up Santos on here. I'm looking them up, but I was Santos from a football club or a soccer club. I might not be doing it right. Oh,
Your Honor, it sounds like that is an issue, and so we just discussed a different high school that he could go to.
I know who that is.
Okay. All right. So, sir, what I'm going to do is I'm going to release you to pretrial services. I'm ordering that you do not have any alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, and submit to any monitoring or treatment that's directed by pretrial. You're not to have any contact whatsoever with the listed victim, and you cannot go to that person's residence, workplace, or school. Your next court date on this is February 11th at 1:30 in the afternoon. However, that court date is very likely to change. So make sure you stay in touch with pretrial and with your attorney. That way they can let you know when your court date is.
No,
if you miss court, you will get a warrant. Lease conditions or your court date?
No, ma'am.
All right. Good luck, sir.
Hey, is that the dude that was hanging out with Ash Trevino that had like that hat, like it was kind of black and it was kind of big and they were like dancing and stuff? You ain't tapping, you napping. That's right, Blackwood. Oh, okay. Yeah. Now that you guys mentioned the SA.
Might be a little late, but you can release by
Okay, I think I know who you guys are talking about now. Next, let me see. What do you guys think this next individual is here for? Is just a haircut. I will say rugs. I say rugs. Like 30K likes.
Sir, what is your full name?
Justin Lee Maxwell.
Justin Lee.
Sir, you're here on two different things. You have a felony charge of flight from law enforcement, and then you have a misdemeanor charge. Hold on. You have a felony charge of flight from law enforcement, and then you have a misdemeanor charge of disorderly conduct as a domestic violence offense.
Ooh.
I'm going to handle the felony first, and then I'm going to talk to you about the misdemeanor. There's a victim on the line in the misdemeanor case who wants to be heard. Ma'am, I need you to wait until I get to the misdemeanor case, and then I will ask you for your input, okay?
Okay.
So, sir, on the felony, I'm entering a not guilty plea. You have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you. Pretrial services tells me that you are a level 2 out of 4 risk for nonviolent felony offenses. The state is asking for a $5,000 bond. Counsel, I'm inclined to release him to pretrial services. Do you want to be heard?
No, Your Honor, I agree.
All right, sir, I'm going to release you to pretrial services on this case. I'm ordering that you do not have any alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, and submit to any monitoring or treatment that's directed by pretrial. Your next court date on the felony case is February 11th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That court date is very likely to change, so stay in touch with your attorney and with pretrial. That way you know when your court date is, because if you miss it, you will get a warrant, okay? All right.
It's 7:50 in Arizona.
On the misdemeanor charge, sir, I'm going to enter a not guilty plea for you. You have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney, although not necessarily at court expense. You have the right to be present at all future hearings. If you fail to appear, a warrant could issue. You could be charged with failure to appear as a separate criminal offense. You could be tried and convicted in your absence. And if you couldn't be sentenced within 90 days because of your failure to appear, you could lose your right to appeal. Sir, I'm required to tell you that if you're convicted of a crime, it may have collateral consequences, and those may include, but are not limited to, immigration consequences. My understanding, again, is there's a victim on the line. I believe it's your mother. Ma'am, did you want to talk to me today, and what did you want to tell me?
Yep, she does.
Yes, I did. Can you hear me?
I can, yes, go ahead.
Well, I just want to say that when I called to complain or the police for help, there was no violence and there's no property damage. I was worried about his welfare. He was quite upset. Justin has a mental illness that he's been struggling with for the last 30, 40 years. He also has cognitive deficits. And so I had told the officers that night that I wanted, if they found him and picked him up, just please take him to the psychiatric hospital, not to jail. Okay. That's what I wanted you to hear.
All right. Thank you. So, sir, what I'm going to do is I'm going to release you on your own signature. And then, ma'am, I'm sorry, I just want to confirm with you. According to pretrial, you're okay with having contact with him and with him returning to your home?
Yes.
Okay. So, sir, I'm going to release you on your own signature. I'm ordering that you do not commit any acts of domestic violence. Your next court date is February 24th at 9 o'clock in the morning with Judge Hale at Tucson City Court. You need to appear for that hearing. Based on what your mother just told me, it sounds like you may be eligible for mental health court. So if you are enrolled with an agency like COPE, La Frontera, Codec, okay. So if you can bring information to that court date, that like any paperwork that shows your diagnosis and the fact that you're enrolled, you should bring it to that court date, because you might be eligible for mental health court, and that might be a much better place for you, okay?
All right.
All right. Sir, any questions about your release conditions or your court date?
Okay.
All right. And ma'am, did you have any questions for me?
Could you please repeat the court date
Sure.
for the misdemeanor?
Yeah, it's February 24th at 9 a.m. and that's at Tucson City Court.
Tucson City
Okay,
Court.
thank you.
All right. Good luck to you both.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so this is
That's where you go outdoor downstairs.
this is a live court hearing from Pima County, and they have night court in Arizona. I know to a lot of us it sounds weird, but they do. What do you guys think this guy did right here?
Hi, sir. What's your full name?
Kevin James Poulin.
All right, sir. You are here because you've been charged with burglary. I'm entering a not guilty plea for you. You do have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you. Pretrial services tells me that you are a level 2 out of 4 for risk for nonviolent felony offenses. The state is asking for a $1,500 bond. Give me one moment to finish reviewing all of the information that I have.
Maybe the mom didn't have a good memory. And I'd be
Defense
forgetting
counsel?
stuff real fast. Didn't we
Your
just
Honor,
see him?
he's lived in Tucson for 61 years and has ties to the community.
What did he do?
Can you hear me?
Yep,
Yes.
I can hear you.
Has lived in Tucson for 61 years and has ties to the community. His son can provide transportation to court. He does have a prior felony, but it's from 1991, so a very long time ago. I'd ask the court to release him to pretrial services.
All right, sir, I am going to release you to pretrial services. I'm ordering that you do not have any alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, and submit to any monitoring or treatment that's directed by pretrial services. I'm ordering that you don't have any contact with the listed victim and you do not go to that person's residence or workplace. Your next court date on this is a preliminary hearing on February 11th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That court date is very likely to change, so please stay in touch with your attorney and with pretrial. That way they can keep you updated on your court date. If you miss court, you will get a warrant. Do you have any questions about your release conditions or your court date, sir?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Good luck, sir.
All right. So if you're not tapping, you must be napping. Hey, hit the subscribe button. It's free 99. Help me out. Help me get this channel up to the 20,000 follower mark. We just hit 36K taps, so highly appreciate you guys. Hopefully your fingers are not hurt yet, and hopefully you don't get carpal tunnel. But it is for a good cause. What do you guys think this guy? He's in orange. Orale. What do you guys think this guy did?
What is your full name?
Eric Macedo Solorio.
All right, sir. You are here because you've been charged with 3 counts of aggravated harassment as a domestic violence offense. I'm entering a not guilty plea for you. You do have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney. I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you.
Wow.
Sir, the state has asked that you be held without bond. Under the Arizona Constitution, I'm required to hold you without bond if you're charged with a felony offense while on release for another felony offense. So, sir, I am going to hold you without bond on this. I'm setting a hearing, a no bond hearing on January 27th at 2:30 in the afternoon. And then I'm also setting a preliminary hearing on February 3rd at 1:30 in the afternoon. The no bond hearing on January 27th should happen as planned, as scheduled. The hearing on February 3rd, though, is very likely to change. So if you get released from custody before then, make sure you stay in touch with your attorney and with pretrial services if they release you to pretrial services, and so that you know when your court date is. If you miss it, you'll get a warrant. Sir, I'm going to tell you one more time, you cannot have any contact whatsoever with the listed victims. You cannot call them. You're charged with calling them from the jail on a recorded line. So you cannot call the victims. You cannot send them letters. You cannot tell someone to tell them something. Any contact at all is a violation of a court order, of multiple court orders, and it is also a new crime. Sir, do you have any questions about your release conditions or your court date?
Yeah, I have a question. I thought I already had this court date a while back. I mean, I haven't contacted.
Sir, I don't want you to talk about what happened because anything you say can be used against you.
Yeah.
But I can tell you the charges are that you contacted, from the dates of the offense are January 2nd January 16th, and January 20th. So these are new charges in addition to the charges you already have.
Wait, what? I didn't do nothing.
All right. So,
That's
sir,
my-
do you have any questions about your release
That's the
conditions
face my
or your
daughter
court
makes.
date?
Like, I didn't do that.
No, but I said.
Sir, anything you say can be used against you. You need to talk to your attorney, and there's nothing I can do with your denial right now anyway. So talk to your attorney about it, okay?
Good.
Good luck, sir.
Adios, amigo. And here one more for safe measure. Agua. Drop one, flush one. So these crimes were added.
Yes.
It looks like it. You're staying in jail. Next, what do you guys?
Sorry, I thought you said my name.
What do you guys think this guy
Sir, got a
did?
question.
You guys, we got a minute, so let me see. He's big mad. Yeah. He didn't take the paperwork. He says screw the paper. Next one is DUI. Robert Ruggs fight robbery. And once again, hey, I got a second account. If you guys could follow my second account, I'm trying to get that one to 1,000 subscribers. Just in case this one ever gets banned, I just typed it in right there on the screen, and I'm gonna go ahead and pin it on the top. If you guys could do me that favor, that free favor there, I would highly appreciate it.
Hey, where you at?
There we go.
Where
It's
you
up
at?
on the top of the pin. It'll be up there for the next minute or so. DOSA. Let me see everything. Boricua puso que
Sir,
hizo
what's your
todo.
full name?
All right.
My name is Johnny Anthony Navarro.
Sir, you are here because you have a warrant, out of Pima County Superior Court for possession of dangerous drugs for sale, possession of a weapon in a drug offense, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I'll enter a not guilty plea for you. You do have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney. I'm appointing the legal advocate's office to represent you. Pretrial services tells me that you are in the lowest risk category for nonviolent felony offenses, and that you are currently held on.
Gracias. What did he do?
Held on other charges.
Other charges. What are the other charges? Huh. Mention them, Judge.
The state is asking me to hold you without bond. However, state these charges are from 2023, and the case he's on release conditions for is from 2024. Do you want to amend your recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor. Based on that, the state did notice that after the deadline, based on everything, we see the defendant as being a flight risk, and it's not an insignificant. The facts of the case are not insignificant. They speak to weapons, dangerous instrument, and quite a bit of drugs. $15,000.
15? How many kilos?
So I'm going to note for the record that the state is recommending.
Because the other lady had 31.
$30,000 secured bond on this. Sir, you're already held on a $50,000 bond, and you've been held on that since December. I'm balancing everything out. I'm going to set bond in this case and the amount. Well, actually, let me hear from defense counsel. Defense counsel.
Your Honor, he's a lifelong resident of Tucson and has ties to the community. He has one prior felony conviction where he earned a misdemeanor redesignation. Pretrial services spoke with his mom, and she could provide housing and transportation to court if he posts the bond. He's also currently employed, or at least was before he was arrested. I'd ask that the court set the bond at $10,000.
All right. So, sir, that's actually the amount that I was going to set. I do think that $10,000 is appropriate given all of the charges and the fact that you're already held on a $50,000 bond. That is a secured bond. If you post that, you're released to pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, and submit to any monitoring or treatment that's directed by pretrial services. Your next court date on this is an arraignment hearing on January 28th at 1:30. Sir, that court date is not going to change, so you do need to appear for that hearing if you're not in custody or a warrant would issue. Conditions or your court date.
It's kind of like he's on probation with pretrial services.
Good luck to you, sir. And I'm going to ask that everyone stay on the line for one moment because it is possible that I need to recall one case. Just give me a moment.
Hey, let me ask you guys. What do you call it? Maricopa just started a minute ago. Do you want me to swap over? I'll swap over. I don't know because we might be wasting time if we hang around here to check if somebody else gets recalled. So should I jump over or wait it out? You tell me. I'll go ahead and do that. Jump over. Okay, I'm jumping over then. Okay, I'm gonna cut this stream, and then we'll jump over to let me see. Let me turn this off here, and here we go. So they should be starting up like any moment now. Okay, let's see. Hopefully we didn't miss that much. What's your
of probation? I'm going to talk to you first about your new case. You were charged with 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on January 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on January 30th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $20,000. If you're able to post bond, you will be released to pretrial services on an electronic monitor. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, nor can you initiate any contact with the alleged victim, and you cannot possess any weapons. If there are any orders of protections or orders against harassment, you must abide by those orders. You will need to contact probation within 72 hours of your release, and you cannot reside in the same location as the alleged victim, even if you are the owner or renter of the residence. You'll be permitted one civil standby with law enforcement to assist you in retrieving your essential belongings. And please be advised that if you fail to abide by the no victim contact order in this case, you could be charged with aggravated harassment, which is a Class 6 felony. Then you have a violation of probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you on that matter. You do have a probation revocation, possible disposition hearing on January 29th at 8:30. As of right now, you are not eligible for a bond due to the nature of the violation of probation. So that will be determined on January 29th as to what will happen as far as bond or what have you. But you do have an attorney in that. So that takes care of everything that we have to do here today. If you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Next. All right. So this is Maricopa County. This is live also, and this is happening right now.
On number 11, you will have to reprint that order, just so you know.
Anybody got any questions?
Mr. Nelson, if you will please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Vargas, if you will please have a
Sharing is caring. Tap. Hey, damn, we got 55,000 taps. Hell yeah. Hey, man, hopefully you guys don't get any carpal tunnel because that'll be all bad. I'll be feeling awful, if you will.
Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Daniel Nelson.
Let me fix the screen over here.
You are here for 2 matters. You do have a warrant out of Pinal County Superior Court. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You will have an arraignment hearing on January 27th at 8:30. Because the warrant is for a violation of probation, you are not eligible for bond today. So that's about all I can do for you today. You'll be seen on January 27th at 8:30. And I believe they will come and collect you for that. I'm so sorry. And then you have a warrant out of Central Pinal Justice Court. And I also appointed you an attorney in this matter. You have an arraignment hearing on January 27th at 8:30 on that matter. And that has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $784. I would not advise you in attempting to pay that because you can't be released because you're not bondable on the other matter. So that takes care of everything that we have to do here today. If you will step to your left, the officers will give you your paperwork.
Next.
Mr. Vargas, will you please come into the courtroom?
Hey, thank you for that, Snow. Yeah, definitely, you could definitely see it better on YT. The YT information is right here, right at the top.
Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Martin Vargas, 72785.
You are here for a violation of probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on January 29th at 8:30. Due to the nature of the violation of your probation, you're not eligible for bond today. So the issue of bond will be addressed at the same time as your probation revocation and disposition hearing. That takes care of everything that we can do here today. If you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Hey man, if we gotta get to 100,000 hearts.
Mr.
Get us in the
Culver, will you please come
FYP.
into the courtroom?
Get us some more people in here.
Ms. Ramos, will
The
you have
more,
a seat in the
the
chair?
merrier. And welcome. You just coming in. This is a live hearing from Pima County. Pima to Maricopa.
Officer, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Alan Terrell Culver, 9/28/2004.
You are here because a grand jury charged you with promoting prison contraband.
Ooh.
That's a Class 2 felony alleged to have occurred on June 18th of 2024. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have an arraignment hearing on January 29th at 8:30. The grand jury warrant had a bond in the amount, security appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. I do understand that you are in DOC custody. You will remain here in our custody until your matter is resolved. Once your matter is resolved, you'll go back to DOC custody, but the bond will allow you to continue to accrue credit for your time that you are serving. So that takes care of everything that we have to do here today. If you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork, yes.
So that bond, if I post that bond, can I go back to DOC or?
No, you're here until this matter is resolved. That's just the bond that's on. I have an order in the note that you are to stay here until your matter is resolved. So it's really just a placeholder bond. That's the point of it.
Hey, yeah. So, hey, thank you, Roxanne, for jumping over to
Ramos,
YT.
can you please come
Highly
into the
appreciate it.
courtroom?
And on YT, it's 100 times better on YT. I used to run it like this before, but they always pull the plug.
Ramos. You are here for a violation of probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on January 29th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear on what day? January what?
January 29th.
I just wanted to say, my lawyer, I contacted him in the first week of January, and they made a court date for this warrant on the 30th of January, January 30th. There's already a court date set. He put in a motion for it, and it's for the 30th of January.
Go to my profile also, either at CollectCallFrom or my profile.
I'm looking at the docket on this. I just see that a motion was filed. I don't see an order from the court.
Yeah, he sent it to me. He texted to me the information.
I'm looking at our court system. I'm looking at your case, and it has all the history of everything that's happened with your case and the dates of everything. So what I see is that your attorney filed a motion on January 10th to quash the warrant, but it has not been filed. I don't see where an order, and even if the judge will set a hearing on it, doesn't mean that they will quash the warrant. So the warrant is still an active warrant.
Because I don't want to lose my housing. This month is my renewal. I have to be there to let the guy in.
I'm going to ask you to just go back inside, and we'll come back and discuss this later.
Okay.
Let me finish the rest of the calendar. Mr. Wheeler, if you will please come into the courtroom, and Ms. Alderson, will you please have a seat in the chair?
Hey, so per Arizona, they run court hearings 24/7 all day, like every 3 hours on the clock.
Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Brett Wheeler, July 16th, 2000.
What do you think Brett's here for?
Thank you. You are here because you have a violation of probation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on January 29th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you're able to post bond, you do need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. You need to make sure you appear for your hearing. If you fail to appear for your hearing, any bond posted will be forfeited. Another warrant will be issued, and you'd be subject to bond again, okay? So that takes care of everything that we have to do. If you'll step to your left.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Alderson, will you please come into the courtroom?
Damn, we got 80 people watching on YT.
If you'll please have a seat in the chair. So can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Listen, 6/28/89.
You are here today because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for a hearing. An attorney was already appointed to you in this matter. You do have a non-witness possible disposition hearing on January 29th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you are able to post bond, you do need to contact probation within 72 hours of your release. You need to make sure that you appear for your court date. If you fail to appear, any bond posted would be forfeited. A warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you would be subject to bond again.
That takes care of everything that we can do here this evening. If you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
No access to federal cases.
Mr. Jacobo, if you will please come into the courtroom, and Mr.
Next.
Soto Sandoval, if you will please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
What?
Thank you. You are here today because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for a court date.
Yeah, it's about that.
An attorney was already appointed to you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on January 29th at 8:30. You have a cash-only bond in the amount of $50. If you are able to post bond, you need to make sure that you do appear for your court date. If you fail to appear for your court date, the bond posted will be forfeited, and then the warrant will be issued for your arrest.
And he's out. If you do jump over to YT,
Mr. Zoto Sandoval, will you please come into the courtroom?
you can still see the comments from TT, so you're not missing out. You get the both of both worlds over here if you go to YT. I got them up on the screen. So, or if you got two devices, you could do one on YT and the other one on TT.
Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
So like that, you're double fisting.
Christopher Isaac Zoto Sandoval, 110492.
You are here today because a warrant was issued for your arrest when you failed to appear for a court date. An attorney has already been appointed to you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on January 28th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. If you are able to post bond, it is important that you do appear for your court date. If you fail to appear, any bond posted will be forfeited.
I can't hear you because they keep talking, man.
Quiet! Radio!
I'm talking about you guys. Like, you guys are too loud. Sorry.
He told the cops they're too loud. Be quiet.
Okay. So I told you you had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250.
He's going to get beat.
If you are able to post bond, it is important that you appear for your hearing. If you fail to appear for your hearing, any bond posted would be forfeited. Another warrant would be issued for your arrest, and you'd be subject to bond again.
Ma'am, is it possible to waiver the $250? I was sick. I didn't notice. I wasn't notified till the day before that I had been in contact with COVID, and I had let the lawyer know.
You're in contact with COVID.
The lawyer said she was going to put in a motion or something, and she never really got back to me. And and I had went to every other court date. I had gone. I had went to my court date the following day. I had another court date.
Your attorney did file the motion to quash, and the judge set a hearing for you for January 17th, and then included on here that the warrant remains active until you appear at the hearing in person. So that's what the judge said, and this is the judge on your case. So the warrant is what it is. The bond is what it is. I cannot change it.
They're just looking at him. Look at the cops. They're just looking at that fool. Look.
She said she was going to do. The judge did not quash the warrant.
Oh yeah, they're plotting. They're plotting against him.
But he made it so I could have another court date.
Oh,
but
you guys can't even see. Hold on, you guys don't know what I'm talking about.
If you would have showed up to court on January 17th.
Yes, I would have.
But you didn't show up to court on January 17th because you're here today because the warrant was still active.
Because I didn't know, ma'am.
I can't help you with that.
The lawyer, my lawyer didn't. She didn't notify me. She didn't send me a message.
Did you follow up that? You didn't think to follow up with your attorney? She filed that motion in December.
They're not even moving.
So when did you call your attorney again?
Well, I blew her up and she never responded. So I figured she would notify me. Like right now, I'm trying to get health insurance. I have been going to DES. I've been trying to get this health insurance stuff cleared, and like I've been trying to get help. I'm doing the Mesa Community Court stuff. Like I'm trying to get right, man. Like I need to make sure that I get this health insurance straightened out.
I'm not changing anything right now because I'm looking at the history of your. I'm looking at the history of this case that you've had.
The judge is like, "How'd I end up here? What'd I do?"
The court date, and if I would have known, I would have gone.
Laughing in Spanish. That's right. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
You went to every other court date. That's why this warrant was issued because you were seen here in October.
$250.
And I can tell you everything that I'm telling you. I'm going in everything that you're telling me. I can go and look and verify.
Okay. So
We're not doing this anymore. You asked, and I'm telling you the answer is no. So if you will please stop to the left officer, we'll give you your paperwork.
Good luck to you, amigo. He's about to get it right now. He's about to trip and fall off his bed. Man, that's gonna have to be a short right there, definitely.
Miss Biazada, if you'll please come into the courtroom. And Mr.
Next.
Cooper, if you will please have a seat in the chair.
That guy did not have a filter.
Ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Prashadi, 11691.
Arizona.
You are here because you have a new case, and then you have 2 violations of probation.
Panhandling.
I'm sorry. No, you have a warrant for failing to appear. You have 2 warrants for failing to appear. So I'm going to first talk to you about
Texas.
the new case. You were charged with 1 count of tampering with evidence, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to both counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on January 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on January 30th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500.
Do Texas, okay.
And then on your warrant for failing to appear, you have
That's no fun.
a cash bond. I'm so sorry. You have an attorney that was already appointed to you in this matter. You will have a non-witness hearing on both of your warrants for failing to appear.
Imagine she threw up right now.
At 8:30.
I want to see
Both of those
Portland.
warrants had a cash bond of $50 apiece. So your total bond between the 3 cases is $600, $500 secured appearance, and $100 cash only. If you're able to post bond, you do need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. You do need to make sure that you appear for your court dates. If you fail to appear, a warrant will be issued for your arrest. Any bond posted will be forfeited, and another bond would likely be imposed. So that takes care of everything that we can do here today. Thank you.
Hey, let's get to 100K. Let's get tap. We're 10K
Mr. Cooper,
short.
if you will please come into the courtroom.
If you're not tapping, you must
Mr.
be
Rojas,
napping.
if you will please have a seat in the chair.
First time watching, loving it. Hey, welcome, Harmony. Hell yeah. Michigan bond, that
Hello,
low.
sir, can you please say your first and last name and your date of birth?
Jason Lee Cooper, 12/1999.
Thank you. You are here on 3 matters. You have 1 new case, and then you have 2 violations of probation.
Thank you.
On your new case, you were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug.
So what? That was he shrugged his shoulders. Yeah, he's in jail already. What are they going to do to him?
The date
Love
of the
this
alleged
lie.
offense is, just so you know, it's June 7th of 2024. So you were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. I only found probable cause as to the possession of dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on January 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on January 30th at 8:30. And you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. And then as to your 2 violations of probation matters, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in those matters. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on January 29th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250 per case. So in total, between the 3 cases, you have a secured appearance bond of $1,000. Make sure that you contact probation within 72 hours of your release. Make sure you attend your court dates. If you fail to appear for your court date, any bond posted will be forfeited. Another warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you will be subject to an additional bond. So that takes care of everything that we have to do here this evening. If you will step to your left, the officers will give you your paperwork for all of your cases.
Yeah, I got a question. So I just got reinstated probation.
Well, you know that one of the terms of your probation is that you're not supposed to have police contact.
Yeah, but it's from a case from 2024.
Well,
Okay.
they didn't file it until today, and did you tell your probation officer about the case?
I've only been out for 2 days.
I've been out. Damn, that was fast.
Okay. Have a seat. Let me go back and... So where were you at? In what custody? Were you in prison or like... Okay, I'm going to finish up the rest of everything, and then I'll call you back in so I can just ask some more questions.
Damn, we just
Mr.
hit
Rojas,
100K.
can you
That's what I'm
please come
talking
into the
about.
courtroom? And Mr. Franco, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
What this guy do?
Mr. Rojas, can you please state your first and last name and
Breaking
your date of
records
birth?
today.
Tomás Garcia Rojas, July 20th, 1988.
So you were here today because a direct complaint was filed. You have a warrant from Surprise Municipal Court, and you have one violation of probation. So I'm first going to talk to you about the direct complaint. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony, and then possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. The date of the alleged offenses is June 10th, 2024. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on February 6th at 8:30.
I think it's cold in there. His nips are showing.
One of the dates is February 6th, and then the preliminary hearing says January 30th. I think it's supposed to be the other way around.
Do the one from Texas. Will do. Hey, I'm not playing. Like, you could clearly see it right here on YT. It's either cold or he's excited. One or the other. I don't know. Is this? Yeah, this is the time. Is this time?
So I'm going to just talk to you about your other cases first so I can let you know give you the correct
Maricopa
date for
County.
this case. So for your probation violation, I did appoint an attorney to represent you on that matter. You have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on January 29th at 8:30. I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance, but you do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
You do need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. You also need to make sure you appear for your court date. If you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you'll likely have to pay bond.
Es en vivo. This is live.
And as to your matter, you have a surprise. You have a warrant at a Surprise Municipal Court. Due to the nature of the offense, I did not appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have an arraignment hearing on February 19th at 1:30. Again, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance, but you do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
I do, Your Honor.
And make sure that you show up to court on that one, too. If you fail to appear, a warrant will be issued for your arrest, and a bond would likely be imposed. If I preview it, will I be able to see the correct date now? Yes. Okay.
Of course you're up here.
So on the matter involving the direct complaint, you will have a status conference hearing on January 30th at 8:30 and the preliminary hearing on February 6th at 8:30. I am going to release you on your own recognizance, and you do, again, need to contact probation within 72 hours of your release. Make sure you show up to all your court dates is the message here today. So if you will step to your left, the officers will give you your paperwork regarding all four matters.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gracias. He has some running shoes,
Mr.
too.
Franco, if you will please come into the courtroom.
What is this
Corey
guy here
McGee,
for?
If you will please have a seat in the chair.
Dude's thinking he's escaping, of escape plan. And he's gone. He said bye.
Mr. Franco, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Luis Fernando Franco, January 29, 1986.
You were here because a direct complaint was filed where you were charged with possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, alleged to have occurred on October 19th of 2023. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on January 29th at 8:30. I am going to release you on your own recognizance, but you do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
I need one moment.
Take two, Judge. So, once again, this is Maricopa County. This is live. This is happening right now in real time.
This, they only put in a status and not a preliminary hearing, and it's a direct complaint. It's not a failure to appear.
Arizona offers night court. Look it up. Look it up. Let me see. 28, 38. I don't even know. But that he looks old. If he's 28 or 38, he looks shot out. Hey, thank you, Beth, for the follow. Highly appreciate it. Remember, following is free 99, doesn't cost you anything. And also, sharing is caring. Send it to your loved ones. Send it to those that you don't
January
love.
30th.
Send it to everybody.
And February 6th at 8:30.
Man, ain't no way. Thank you. Appreciate that. Became the 50th member on the team.
Okay.
Gracias. I
So
heard
to make sure you
96.
have the right court dates and you show up to the right thing.
Thank you.
Night court is crazy to me. Yup, right? Hey, you know what they have? Like every 3 hours, there's always a court right here in Maricopa County. I heard 96, Kevin. Hey, who's screaming? 1986, says Chris No Fear Cruz. Yep. From Katie Cuatro, Dallas, Texas. They do? What? Hey, you got a link? Shoot it. We'll be up in Texas too. We'll be up in Tejas. Laughing out loud. He's nervous. What was the site? The site. You're going to have to Google that one right there. I'm not going to provide any links. You could either go to @CollectCallFrom on YouTube where you can see it there. But I'm not going to provide direct links to the page that this is located at. Let me see. At least you got a chance of getting out the same day and not sitting overnight. Let me see. Let me hold up. I'm going to look.
Okay, so I just have to preview it.
Let me take a picture.
Okay, so you will have a status conference hearing on February 6th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 10th at 8:30. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance, but you do have to make sure you appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes.
If you fail to appear for your court date, a warrant will be issued for your arrest and the hearing will proceed. A warrant will be issued for your arrest and you will likely be subject to bond. Do you understand?
Correct.
Okay, so if you step to your left, the officer will take care of hand you your paperwork. Mr. Corey McGee, if you will please come into the courtroom, and Cedric McGee, if you will please have a seat in the chair.
Corey McGee. But you have bond at least. Yup. Yeah, so the courts here, they run every day of the year, 365 days a year. They run on holidays, and they run all day, every day. So, as long as I can, I'm going to be doing these streams. Man, what's up? Where you going?
Sir, can you please
What
state
up,
your first
OG?
and last name and your date of birth for me?
Oh, man, is you again?
June 19th, 1979.
You are here on a new case. You were charged with one count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony. I did find probable cause. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on February 6th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 10th at 8:30. I am going to release you to pretrial services without bond, but you do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes.
If you fail to appear for your court date, the warrant can be issued for your arrest and a bond would likely be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, so if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
I'm not sure why it's behind. That's just the way
Cedric,
it is.
you please come into the courtroom. Looks like he is sleeping.
It's not like that in Kansas City. Yeah, in California, it's not like that. The only places that I know that do that is Arizona, and Seattle also does that too. They have night court. I don't know as far as holidays and how often they run them. You do Florida calls too. Nah, I do California. Wake up. Next! Cold in the mug up in
Sir,
there.
can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Cedric McGee, January 16th, 1985.
You are here on a new case. You were charged with one count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony. I did find probable cause. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on February 6th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 10th at 8:30. I am going to release you to pretrial services without bond, but you do have to promise to appear for those court dates. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
If you fail to appear, a warrant will be issued for your arrest and you will likely be subject to bond. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
Man,
Mr.
everybody be
Carrillo,
looking like
if you'll please come into the courtroom, and Mr. Hess, if you will please have a seat in the chair.
everybody be looking like all super tired. What's released to pretrial services? I think it's kind of like being on parole. They probably put a GPS. On probation. They put you on a GPS. Look at this little
Can you please
vato.
state your first and last name
Joe Carrillo,
and your date of
20, 1981.
Thank you.
You are here because you have a warrant out of San Marcos Justice Court. Due to the nature of the offense, you're not entitled to a court-appointed attorney. You do have an arraignment hearing on February 11th at 10 o'clock. I am going to release you on your own recognizance. If you promise to appear for that court date, do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
If you fail to appear for your court date, I'm looking, and the judge's instructions are that this is your third failure to appear. And so I'm giving you a chance to show up. If you don't show up,
Yes, ma'am.
a bond will be ordered for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. So what if I get incarcerated? Will that void it or?
I think you probably just need to let the court know. Nothing's going to get voided. I mean, I don't know. This is a justice court. I don't know why this is whatever.
I got you. Okay.
You just need to show up, and whatever it is that you have going on, you just need to make sure that you take care of it.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
All right, thank you.
Rato.
Mr. Hess, will you please come into the courtroom?
Pre-trial is against your constitutional rights. He said, what if I get caught before that? Bato Lobo.
Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Clint Anthony Hess. My date of birth is April 4th, 1984.
Thank you. You are here today on a new case. You were charged with one count of actually you have, I'm so sorry, you have 3 matters. 2 are warrants.
2 warrants, all right.
Out of Highland Justice Court, and then you have a new case out of that same court.
Dang.
So on your new case, you were charged with driving with a suspended license, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Due to the nature of the offense, you are not entitled to a court-appointed attorney. You do have a arraignment hearing on February 6th at 9 o'clock. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance, but you do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then for your warrants, these are both out of Highland Justice Court. Due to the nature of the offenses, you are not entitled to a court-appointed attorney on those as well. You do have a arraignment hearing on those 2 warrants on February 6th at 9 o'clock as well. I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance to all 3 matters. Do you promise to appear for your court dates?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you fail to appear for your court dates, another warrant will be issued for your arrest. And I will let you know that I'm giving you an opportunity to take care of this because the warrants did have a bond with them.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So if you don't show up and you get picked up, another warrant gets issued, a bond is going to be imposed on all of these.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay? So if you step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
For everybody that followed my second account, 34 people, thank you. Highly appreciate you. We just hit over 200, so we only need like 800 more people, and we'll be live ready.
Mr. Cooper, can you come back into the courtroom?
Let me see. When she says no court appointment attorney, does that mean no public defender?
You said
What
that
if
you
they
have
can't?
been in jail. How long have you been in jail for?
Just got out like the 18th.
I know, but when did you go in?
I'll put it up right now.
January 10th, I believe.
You believe?
And so this offense was alleged to have occurred on June 7th of last year. Did you ever tell your probation officer? Because that's what this looks like, is that you did not tell them about this police contact, which you're supposed to do as part of your terms of probation. So did you tell your probation officer that you have police contact back in June?
No, because I wasn't contacting probation officer at first.
So you just weren't staying in contact with probation?
Yeah.
So this is part of the reason why you have the violations of your probation. I understand that you were in jail. This is something it looks like they were not notified of.
He ain't going nowhere.
Just so you know, I'm going back and I'm looking at the notes for your probation case. She brought it up. I'm looking for all the dates and the contact, okay?
Yeah, because I don't really get how do I get reinstated probation. for the third time just a couple days ago, and then I
Well,
get
this
out.
case wasn't filed until today. It was like it didn't come in until today, even though it happened in June. But when I'm looking at your record, going back into June, it doesn't look like probation, like they had been attempting to make contact with you. And I see that a warrant was issued in July.
Why is the screen so cloudy?
Like jail time for the warrant?
It's a projector, that's why.
This is a different warrant. What I'm explaining to you, these are all different cases. So what you went to jail for is something different. This was filed, and apparently probation, you were on probation at the time that this offense occurred. The time that this offense occurred was on June 7th, and you were on probation at that time. And it looks like you did not tell probation that you had this police contact. So that is why you've got the violations of probation now. They're called page 2s. That's why. I've appointed an attorney to represent you. They will be able to explain that to you to a greater extent, but I'm just letting you know that that's why you were violated on your probation, is that you had police contact with this matter that happened, and it looks like you didn't report it.
I think so.
So between your 3 cases, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. If you're able to post bond, you need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. You need to make sure you show up to your court date. If you fail to show up to your court date, a warrant will be issued for your arrest. And you have 3 court dates in total. You have, for the new case, you have the status conference hearing on January 28th at 8:30, the preliminary hearing on January 30th at 8:30, and then for the probation matters, it's January 29th at 8:30. So you need to make sure that you show up to all of those hearings. If you fail to appear, any bond posted will be forfeited. Another warrant will be issued for your arrest, and you would be subject to bond again. So that takes care of everything that we have to do here.
Next. Man, she's been on a good run today. She's been on for 40 minutes, nonstop, back to back. I think, is this it? Is it over? I don't know. Hey, KC fan, welcome back. Welcome back. You missed out. You missed out, Casey, today, but you can catch the replay on YT once I upload the video or make it viewable.
Hey, on your end, for Ramos, the only thing that I'm seeing is that a motion to quash was filed. I don't see that any orders were signed.
There's that one lady, the one from the beginning. What lady from the beginning? I don't know, but that dude that told the coppers to be quiet, I definitely gotta clip that one. So I gotta look it up when I'm done. David, I'm back. That fool wasn't a good one.
Your attorney did file a motion to quash your warrant, but the judge has not ruled on it.
Yeah, they told me to come in on the 30th.
I'm not gonna do a back and forth with you.
I don't want to go back and forth. I just don't want to lose my home. This is my month of I don't want to be homeless.
I'm gonna not talk, and I'll just leave it as it is if you won't allow me to speak without interruption.
I'm sorry.
So part of what I am trying to figure out here is, I see that the motion was filed, but I'm also looking at your probation notes, and the reasons why you were violated from probation is that you had not been keeping in contact with probation, and that you did not tell your probation officer until you didn't say anything to your probation officer until January 13th that you were having your attorney file a motion with the court. So that is part of what the problem is this had gone on for quite some time.
She's done. That's it. Sometimes you just gotta, why not check in with your probation officer?
And I do see the notes. I see what you told your probation officer as to what happened, and I also read the motion as to what occurred.
When did you say the court, your attorney told you had a court?
30th of January.
So what I am going to do today, because with this case, you will have court on January 29th at 8:30. I am giving you the opportunity to show up to that court date.
Hey, congratulations,
if you fail to appear, you don't thank me. You have to do your part. Yes. If you don't show up,
that's it.
I'm going to.
Another warrant's going to be issued, and you will be held on bond.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She got a huge
Thank you
break.
for saving my home. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll see.
You need to contact your probation officer as soon as possible.
Yes.
This order says within 72 hours. Today is Wednesday, so you need to call your probation officer like tomorrow.
Yes. Thank you.
Who thinks she's gonna call?
If you will go back in holding, they will give you your order.
She got lucky. She got a break. I don't think she's gonna call. I'm pretty sure we'll see her back here. I don't wish that on her, but if she's not, I mean, that would be my number one priority. I'll be calling my PO, everything. I'll be at the office just to be super safe.
Is that?
Nah, she ain't calling.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sneed, James Sneed, date of birth, April 14th.
Plot twist, she doesn't have a house.
He's not able to participate in person due to bizarre behavior. He has come in on a new case. He was charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of obstruction by refusing to give his true name, a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to both counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent him. He will have a status conference hearing on February 6th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on February 10th at 8:30. I am going to release him on his own recognizance, as well as advise him that if he fails to appear, that a warrant would be issued for his arrest and he would likely be subject to bond. I will meet with him. If any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing.
Tita.
Thank you,
your
Hendershot.
for the follow. She's letting everybody go.
Kevin Hendershot, date of birth July 23rd, 1975. He is unable to participate due to behaviors that is dangerous to others. He is here on 1 new case and on a probation violation. He was charged with 1 count of resisting arrest with physical force, a class 6 felony, criminal damage, a class 1 misdemeanor, and threatening or intimidating, a class 1 misdemeanor. Did find probable causes to all the counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent him.
They gotta stay.
He will have a status conference hearing on January 28th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on January 30th at 8:30.
It takes hours for them to release you.
He has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. If he fails to appear, I will also be advised that he needs to contact probation within 72 hours of his release, and that if he fails to appear, any bond posted will be forfeited, and another warrant will be issued for his arrest. As to his violation of probation, I did appoint an attorney to represent him in that matter. He has a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on January 29th at 8:30. He has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. He, again, will be advised that he needs to contact probation within 72 hours of his release. Between the 2 cases, he has a total bond amount of $3,000. This concludes the 8 o'clock initial appearance calendar.
8 p.m., you heard it.
Until 11 p.m.
You heard it there. She said 8 p.m., so this is not pre-recorded. Okay, so look, trip out. So there's another court at 10 p.m. Do you guys want to see it? Well, 10 p.m. for me, 11 p.m. in Arizona. Who would like to see that one? Because I'm on the fence. I don't know if you guys want to watch it, and I still haven't finished putting the 6 in. My wife, if you guys don't hear from me tomorrow, something went horribly wrong with those sinks. Okay, so in 2 hours, so what is it? 2 hours and 13 minutes, I'll be back. It's 11 in Ohio already. Okay, by unanimous demand, I guess I'll be back. I got no choice. Hey, but do me a favor. Hit that subscribe button, please. And por favor, it's free 99. Doesn't cost you anything. Also, whenever I'm on, tap. Because if you're not tapping, you're napping. Also, one other thing. Sharing is caring. Share these streams with your loved ones and with those that you don't even love or you don't even know. As long as you're friends with you on TikTok, shoot it. Let me see. I'm here with you on Pacific time, buddy. That's what I'm talking about. Moon Nights. All right. right. Let me see. Oh, you better work on the sink. I'm halfway done. So I've been working in between these streams. So if you've been on in the morning, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That's what I've been doing. She was like, man, you better get this done by tonight. And I gotta do 2 sinks because it's those double sinks, you know, where we could look at each other when we're washing our faces and brushing our teeth and todo ese desmadre. It's 7:47 right here. Hey, Chris, no fear. Thank you for the follow. Free 99, love it. And also, hey, for any of you that don't know what this means, I'm gonna let you guys in. Okay, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. When you hear this. Agua, that means that the person that just stood in front of the judge has bad charges. Either they're a PDFer, they're a DVer, or something that's outrageous. You know, something that's gonna pull out our emotional heartstrings, if you will. All right. So, does anybody have any questions before I go? Because right now is the perfect time for me to answer them. Going once, going twice. All right. Then no questions. All right, then. So we'll be back here. Hey, you're welcome, Misty. Chris, no fear. Gracias. Emilia, gracias. Hey, J Hood 55. That's right. Hey, appreciate the follow. Anyhow, hey, I am Collect Call James, your host. You are watching. You have a Collect Call From. And like a candle in the wind, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it lights out. And with that, I'm out. A rato y buenas noches. Nah, but I'll be back. Don't even trip. But if I don't come back at 10, then you know something went wrong with them sinks. All right, but I'll try. All right, and then this one here on YouTube, I'm just gonna put it on private, and then when I come back, I'll just go ahead and re-enable it. So if you guys want to hang out, that's fine. If not, then I'll put it back public. Let me see right here. I'm unlisted. Let me see, unlist. Bam. See here, save. All right, and let me see. I'm gonna turn on my camera because I don't want my daughter walking in here and showing her face. There we go. And what else do I gotta do? Okay, I'm gonna turn on my microphone now so I don't leave the hot mic on. All right, and once again, hey, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. All right, and then I'll be back.
We are back on the record for the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar. I am recalling Thomas Hendershot, date of birth July 23rd, 1975. The court is concerned by the behavior that was observed of Mr. Hendershot and the nature of the offenses for which he's in on the new case. I do believe that there's a concern for the community, ensuring community safety. So I am changing his bond to a secured appearance, $5,000, and also highlighting that he's not to possess any weapons. That concludes my amended order. Now we stand in recess until 11 p.m.
Hello, hello. Welcome back to You Have a Collect Call From. What the what? All right, just bear with me here. Setting up the feed. All right, there we go. We got the coppers. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let me see who's joining up. Let me see. How is everybody doing tonight? Hopefully you guys are doing good. Here we go. Can you guys hear me? Gotta test out the sound effects to make sure they're working. Court this late. Yup. Baker 54. Meg, yup. What's up, Meg? How's it going? All right, we're going to be in Maricopa County once again. The court's about to start in about 5 minutes. Get your popcorn ready. And we're about to be live and direct. Let me see. Make sure I got this set up here. See. Where's everybody coming in from? Where is everybody coming in from tonight? Hey, what's up, Maribel Vasquez? Yeah, sounds good. Hey, thank you, Maribel. Highly appreciate that. All right. Michelle, that's right. Represent your city, California. Hey, thank you for sharing, Meg. Hey, sharing is caring. Remember, if you're not tapping, you must be napping. Please subscribe. It's free 99. It doesn't cost you a thing. All right, hold on. I didn't finish doing all the sound effects. Where you at? Amanda, thank you for the like. Subscribe, hey, thank you, Meg. Hell yeah, thank you. See, I gotta pin that up there right now. me see. Pin to the top. Ooh, don't wake up Abuelita. She's going to be upset. All right. So everything's working. All the sound effects are good to go. And we should be live in about 3 minutes. All right. For those of you that don't believe this is live, pay attention to when the judge asks you to stand up. She's gonna let you know the time and the date. And today is January 22nd. And then they're gonna say the time. Amanda, thank you. Highly appreciate you liking the live. Hopefully, let's see what kind of characters we're going to be getting tonight. And what do you guys think the first person that's going to come up here, what do you think they're going to be charged for? DV? Rugs? Smuggling? Hey, who saw the one lady, the Tia that we got earlier on in the Tucson, the one that had the 32 pounds? She was moving weight. Big J says DV. I gotta make that one into a short. Most definitely, I'll probably do that tonight before I go to bed. Tomorrow, I'm gonna be streaming Kentucky board hearings from Kentucky. I'm gonna start early, so make sure you got your alert set up. Let me see. Where in Arizona is this? This is Maricopa County or Maricopa. Okay, audio's in. We can hear it. All right. Court about to be in session here. Let me see, who do we got over here on the YT side. Hey, what's up, Jose Hernandez? Welcome. Hey, Virgo is gonna be wild. Smurder. What the what? I like that, smurder. Hey, and if you can, share it to your loved ones, even if you don't love them. Share it to your Sanchas, to your Sanchos, your baby daddy, your husband, everybody and anybody.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Damn. What are they doing over there? About to hit some switches? It's ugly. They need to turn that down. Damn. Sheesh. Almost blew out my eardrums over here. Hey, who saw when that one dude told the cops he told the judge that he couldn't hear because the cops were talking too loud? And that fool turns around. Cops were like, wait, what? Oh, no, he didn't. Let me see. Maribel Vasquez says it's going to be DV. All right. I guess you guys are not, you guys don't like to participate. You guys don't like prizes for participating. I see a lot of people are coming in, so the FYP is definitely doing his thing. Hey, today we hit 100,000 tappers. Hey,
this is the 11 p.m. calendar on January 22nd, 2025. Orders were given on the first of the month regarding the taking of DNA and fingerprints. Those orders remain in effect today for this calendar. What that means for you sitting in the courtroom today is this: not every single one of you has to give your DNA or your fingerprints. If you do have to give your DNA or fingerprints, those orders are going to be on your paperwork. My name is Commissioner Beck. I'm here to do a few things for you today. Number one, I'm here to let you know why you're here. Number two, if you might be released. Number three, if you're going to be assigned counsel. The vast majority of you are going to be assigned counsel, which leads to my number one rule. Please don't talk about the facts of your case. Anything you say or do can be used against you. Everything in this courtroom is video recorded, so please don't talk about the facts of your case unless it's with your attorney. Second thing is, I'm sure you're going to have a lot of questions for me. I'm not your attorney. I can't answer any legal questions for you, so please save your legal questions for your counsel as well. Finally, I'm going to be throwing out lots of different dates and different types of release conditions for you. You don't have to memorize all of that stuff. All that information is going to be on your paperwork, but that's why it's important to keep and save your paperwork and not lose it. If you miss a court date or if you don't follow a court order on that paperwork, you could end up back here. Here's how tonight's going to go. I'm going to call two names. First name I call is going to come into the courtroom, stand at the podium. Second name I call is going to sit on the chair next to the door. And then we're going to keep on cycling through until the calendar's done. Could I please get Austin Reeder to the podium? Ibis Vasquez to the chair, please.
All right, let's see what this vato did. Ivan Vasquez.
Can I get attorney appearances, please?
Good evening, Your Honor. Ashley Stetson on behalf of the state.
Good evening, Your Honor. Robert Campos on behalf of Mr. Reeder.
Thank you. Sir, could I please have your name and date of birth?
Austin Ryder, date of birth January 22nd, 1997.
Thank you. Apologize for mispronouncing your last name there. Mr. Campos, are you appearing just for the initial appearance, or will you be Mr. Ryder's counsel moving forward?
My intent is to be his counsel, Your Honor.
Okay. And if you'd give me one moment, I will find that the defendant is...
We got counsel.
Mr. Campos, I apologize. Just to confirm, it's Robert J. Campos?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. And sir, are you going to be arguing probable cause, release conditions, or both?
Your Honor, I'm going to be arguing the release conditions.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Ryder, you are here on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for theft, a Class 2 felony, fraudulent schemes and artifices, a Class 2 felony, and money laundering, a Class 3 felony. I have found probable cause as to all three charges. I am not assigning you counsel as you are being represented by Mr. Campos. Your next court dates are going to be January 28th and January 30th in the Downtown Superior Court. When it comes to release conditions, could I please hear from counsel, starting with Ms. Stetson?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state did provide a written recommendation to the court. That recommendation did ask for a bond to be set in the amount of $250,000 cash, Your Honor. The allegations are that the suspect did steal or defraud the victim out of approximately $655,000, Your Honor. $405,000 of those dollars was likely from a piece of property in South Dakota. The suspect is alleged to have taken or used or racked up $126,000 in credit card debt as well as loans. The suspect was having the victim's Social Security income deposited from the victim's account directly into his account. The law enforcement is estimating that was totaled in the amount of $175,000, Your Honor.
Damn. I don't even got two nickels to rub together.
Your Honor, in the recommendation, there was mention about the fact that the suspect is a close familial member to the suspect, that the suspect was entrusted to take care of the victim as well as manage the victim's finances. Additionally, Your Honor, there's allegations that the suspect did leave to go on vacation in Florida, likely spending the victim's money. While the suspect was gone, the victim fell and was left on the floor of the ground for approximately 24 hours, Your Honor. Upon his return, he did allegedly call 911. The victim had to be placed in a long-term rehabilitation facility. State does believe that the suspect is still living at the victim's house. Your Honor, the state does expect that the counsel for the suspect will argue that the suspect is not a flight risk. However, Your Honor, the state did outline the reasons why the state believed that the suspect could potentially be a flight risk. It does appear that there were allegations or concerns about financial exploitation of the victim beginning in 2019. And until 2023, Your Honor, the suspect did not have any sort of gainful employment. It does appear that he is employed currently. However, Your Honor, the law enforcement does believe that while he has been employed, it is very modestly. The state is requesting a high cash bond due to the egregiousness of the allegation, the relationship between the victim and the suspect, the position of trust that the suspect was in. Additionally, also, Your Honor, the suspect has resided in Arizona for approximately 9 years. However, it does appear that other than his mother and the victim, there are no other familial ties to the area. The state did acknowledge the suspect's employment. He is also looking at prison time with these charges. So realistically, Your Honor, there is not a whole lot tying the suspect to the area. Also, Your Honor, the state did just receive a victim's impact statement from a family member to the victim. The victim impact statement also does assert concerns about the suspects staying in the area, that they have concerns that they will flee. So this victim, next of kin, Your Honor, is also asking that a bond be set. In addition to the bond, the state is asking for conditions of no returning to the incident location, electronic monitoring, no direct or indirect contact with victims, and that would include, Your Honor, next of kin, as well as witnesses and assigned law enforcement. Do not consume alcohol or ingest any illegal substances. Do not leave Maricopa County, and not to be in a position of caretaking for any vulnerable or elderly individual. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Campos?
Yes, Your Honor. With all due respect to the state, Your Honor, that was a fine closing statement for a sentencing, but this is not a sentencing, and the arguments by the state really are not applicable at this stage of the proceeding. The court must decide whether or not my client is a flight risk and whether he's a risk to the community. This incident really is a civil dispute between family members who are not getting along with respect to the property that belongs to my client's grandmother. He was entrusted, and she relied on him for financial decisions. Judge, I read the Form 4, and although there's these sweeping allegations, I didn't see any evidence or proof alleged that my client committed crimes. All it really is that a sale took place in North Dakota, money was deposited in my client's accounts, and money was distributed. But if you look closely, Judge, there's absolutely no allegation of a crime being committed. Where's the evidence in the Form 4 that this is theft? There's not even a statement from the alleged victim that she considered my client to be a thief and that he did anything illegally without her consent. There's zero that he committed fraud or theft in the Form 4. So there's also no allegation that the alleged victim was incompetent in any manner. The prosecutor lists this incident where she's found on the floor, but my client is not charged with elder abuse. There's been no allegation that my client is responsible for the condition that she was found. He, in fact, was the person who called the authorities and made sure that she got proper medical attention. So I think that issue is a red herring. It's just meant to cast my client in a poor light at this particular juncture. Again, the issue is my client a flight risk. Based on counsel's argument, everybody is a flight risk, but there has to be evidence, something that indicated that my client had some kind of disposition or mental mental perception that he was going to flee. He's made no statements. There's been absolutely nothing provided. In fact, Judge, my client has been in contact with the detective. The detective has been hounding my client's mother for a statement and my client. So they both knew that they were being investigated, at least by the authorities. The detective, Detective Green, had been to their home several times demanding statements. So if my client was going to flee, he would have fled a long time ago. But he stuck around, retained counsel. So there's no evidence at all that he is a flight risk. There's no evidence, Judge, that he poses a risk to the community because apparently there's only one alleged victim, and that's my client's grandmother. So it's not like he has a fraud scheme set up to defraud potentially anybody else in the community. So this is situational. Again, I won't go into it, but this is really a civil dispute with respect to the family members. My client, Judge, has no prior felony convictions. He has been convicted even of a misdemeanor. He's been in Arizona 9 years. That's a significant period of time. He has been living with his mother, and he will continue to be living with his mother. He's not living with his grandmother. He was employed with PX in Touch. He was in customer relations. He was employed just under a year. Today, he was doing some pre-employment work. I think he may have had to submit to a drug test. He obtained another job. We're not sure if he's going to be able to keep that job because he was arrested before he was able to complete his pre-employment obligations. But he is somebody who does work in the community. He did attend middle school here in Arizona. So he has ties to Arizona, and he has no reason to flee. Judge, despite the prosecutor's allegation that this could be a prison case, in my experience, Judge, as a former prosecutor myself, this is the kind of case where obtaining a probation offer is well within reason. So it's not like my client has an incentive to flee, because I believe that this is a type of case that could easily be settled with a probation offer. So it's not mandatory prison, and there's absolutely no reason for him to flee the jurisdiction. Judge, I've been practicing almost 37 years now, and it appears that this new administration now is really in love with cash bonds. It used to be historically that the request for a cash bond was out of the ordinary. It was for a case that was something out of the ordinary. I'm now running into almost every case that I retain privately. The prosecutors are asking for cash bonds, and astronomical cash bonds at this juncture. $250,000 is just absolutely unreasonable. I don't know how the government can really stand before you with a straight face and make a pitch for $250,000. It's just absolutely outlandish. My request, Judge, is for something that's reasonable. I understand the allegations, so I'm not going to ask for an all-or release under these circumstances. But I believe a $75,000 secured bond, Judge, is well within reason. $250,000 is cash, is the kind of bond for a murder, a serious assault, but not something with this type of case where the allegations are really a civil dispute between family members, and where there's absolutely nothing in the Form 4 that the victim believes she's been victimized, or that there's any proof. There's been a lot of whispering in people's ears from one family member to the other. That's it. When you take a really close look at it, that's all you're going to see is innuendo and hearsay about what my client did. So I asked the court not to impose a outlandish $250,000 cash bond in this civil situation, a case that reasonably my client could get probation. It's well within reason, so he has absolutely no reason to flee. More importantly, the government has not given this court any indication or evidence other than supposition that my client poses a flight risk. Again, this is situational. There's only one alleged victim. It's not like he had some scheme and he was defrauding many members of the community, some kind of Ponzi scheme. So
No,
there's
they can't.
unlikely to be any other people at risk in the community. As far as no contact with next of kin, Judge, I don't know what that means. And the prosecutor's very careful not to even name the alleged people who were standing in as victims. I don't know if they even meet the qualifications to be a representative of the victim. So I would ask that you ignore that because they haven't even been named, and they haven't even been told to the court how they qualify as victims. So their input really cannot be taken at face value. I would like the court not to impose that my client cannot be in contact with next of kin because that's too vague. My client will be residing, if the court releases him, with his mother. I guess she could be next. So I would ask that that vague term not be imposed. My client be allowed to reside with his mother, Lori, Reader. They do live here in the Valley. He has strong ties. He's retained private counsel. He's going to stay and fight these charges. It would be ludicrous for him to even contemplate running. He has a good defense. Again, Judge, I would ask for a $75,000 deferred bond.
$75,000.
And my client looks forward to litigating this in court. Thank you.
I finished one of them.
Thank you. After hearing from both counsels and in reviewing the record before me, including the victim's statement, criminal history, and the state's recommendation, and after hearing from Mr. Campos, I'll be making the following orders. I will be setting a bond in this case, not in the amount that the state's requested. I agree that that request is too high, but I will be ordering a cash-only bond of $75,000. Sir, if you're able to post that bond, you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, not to initiate contact or have any contact with the victim or witnesses, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You must also surrender your passport at the next court date if you have one, and I'm also going to order the defendant not care for any elderly individuals until this case is resolved. Mr. Campos, is there anything further from you?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Ms. Stetson, anything further from you?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, sir. Please step to your left for your paperwork.
Thank you.
Ivis Vasquez to the podium. Abram Cenaceros to the chair, please. Sir, name and date of birth, please.
August 21st. 2005.
Full name, please.
Luis Vasquez.
Thank you. You're here today on the Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, disorderly conduct, a Class 6 felony, failure to admit to carrying a deadly weapon, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and carrying a deadly weapon under the age of 21, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause. I am assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are January 28th and January 30th in the downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $50,000. If you're able to post that bond, you're going to be on pretrial services release. You're also not to have any contact with the victim, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Please step to your left for your paperwork.
What was that?
Can I ask a question or no? I can't ask any questions?
If it's a legal question, like I said, I can't answer it for you.
So I'm not being released, right?
No, not today.
Not today, buddy. You got a
Abram
felony.
Cenaceros to the podium. Stephen Benedetti to the chair, please.
Hey, that first one, I'd never heard them talk like that much in one of these hearings. Hey, that's pretty messed up. Embezzling all that money and then having that person fall down.
Thank you.
That's
So
gacho.
you're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be January 29th in the downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $5,000. Sir, if you're able to bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most importantly, if you bond out, you have to contact your probation officer within 3 days. Do you have any questions for him?
So how much is the bail?
$5,000, but secured, so you can use a bond company.
So how much would it be?
500.
It's up to the bond company. It's usually around 10%, but it's not only 10%. So people say it's just 10%. It's not just 10%. There's fees too.
500.
So like 1,000?
No.
Every bond company is different. So there's a list of the bond company phone numbers in the back of the facility. So go ahead and give them a call. Each one is different, so they'll give you different numbers.
The one that's on the wall?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Please step to your left. Stephen Benedetti to the podium. Jessica Chisholm to the chair, please.
And welcome. This is live. This is Maricopa County, and this hearing is live. And tap, because if you're not tapping, you're napping.
Stephen Benedetti, 5690.
Thank you. You're here today in a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for 3 counts of burglary in the 3rd degree, Class 4 felonies. 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony. 1 count of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause as to all charges. I am assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are January 28th and January 30th in the Downtown Superior Court. Setting a secured appearance bond of $4,000. Sir, if you're able to bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, no contact with a co-defendant. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Please step to your left for your paperwork.
I just have one question.
Sure.
With the bond out. I don't have any family out here, and if I don't get, I'm gonna lose all of my stuff if I don't get to my house. Like, I mean, absolutely everything. My car, my means of work, even my clothes.
You don't
care. At this point, until January 28th, I'm going to be affirming the $4,000 secured appearance bond.
Could I request that I be out on my own reconnaissance with a harsher punishment if failed?
That doesn't exist. So, sir, yeah, at this point, it's going to be a $4,000 bond.
Good try, though.
Jessica Chisholm to the podium. Darius Vieja to the chair, please.
Man, that sucks, man. Imagine being in that position and then, losing your livelihood, your house, your clothing, everything, all your paperwork, just, and that's what you got to think about.
Birth, please.
Jessica Chisholm, October 31st, 1985.
Thank you. You're here today in a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for 3 counts of burglary in the 3rd degree, Class 4 felonies. I'm assigning you counsel. Your next court dates are January 28th and January 30th in the Downtown Superior Court, setting a secured appearance bond of $3,000 in your case. Ma'am, if you're able to bond out, not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, no contact with your co-defendant, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. And please step to your left for your paperwork.
I think she might be a day walker.
Darius
Look at the way
Vieja
she
to the
walks.
podium. William Duggar to the chair, please.
She's a day walker. Let me see right here. Hey.
Name and date of birth, please.
Darius Viela, 10/9/2004.
Thank you. You're here today in a failure to appear warrant. I'm not assigning you a new attorney. You're going to be going back to your former attorney. Your next court date is going to be January 30th in the Downtown Superior Court. I'm affirming the bond set by your original judge. It's a $2,500 secured appearance bond. But, sir, you're in DOC, correct? And so, sir, you will actually not be released until your case is finished here, and then you'll be sent back to the Department of Corrections. Please step to your left for your paperwork. William Duggar to the podium.
So the people
Jason
in regular
Zapala
clothes,
to the chair, please.
they just got in. They haven't been processed into the jail yet. Once they determine whether they're going to let them go or not.
William Paul Duggar, 6/19/1987.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court arrest warrant. Probable cause was previously found for possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. This all happened back in June of 2023.
Adults.
I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are going to be January 28th and January 30th in the Downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by the judge, it's a $1,000 secured appearance bond, but they transported you from DOC, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're not going to be released until this case is done, but they're going to send you back.
I'm aware.
All right, thank you. Please
Yes,
step to your
sir.
left.
You have a good night.
Jason Zapala to the podium.
Hey, thank you for that info.
Alvarez to the chair, please.
I didn't know that. Hey, good info. Thank you. Highly appreciate it.
Sir, name and date of birth, please.
Jason Sepola, 4481.
Thank you. Apologize for mispronouncing your last name there.
It happens.
You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be January 29th at the Downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by your probation violation judge is the $500 secured appearance bond. Sir, they transported you from DOC, correct?
Yes.
All right. So, sir, you're actually not going to be able to be released until you're done with your probation violation. Then they're going to transport you back.
Cool.
All right. Please step to your left.
Thank you.
Santos Alvarez to the podium. Tarek Millen to the chair,
next.
please.
All right, let's see who we got. Hey, what do you guys, the next person that's coming up, what do you think he's here for?
My name is Santos B. Alvarez. Date of birth is 6/24/1965.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court arrest warrant. Probable cause was previously found for possession of dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony, possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and 2 counts of DUI, Class 1 misdemeanors. I am assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are January 28th and January 30th in the Downtown Superior Court. And actually, these offenses happened back in February 2024.
Yes.
Sir, my understanding is you also have been transported from DOC?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm affirming the secured appearance bond, $100. Don't post that bond because you can't bond out.
Yes.
They'll transport you back to DOC once you're done with your case.
Okay, Your Honor, if you could please repeat the charges one more time?
Sure. Possession of dangerous drugs?
Yes.
Possession of narcotic drugs?
Yes.
And then 2 counts of DUI.
Damn.
And those are?
They're all from the same day, though.
Okay, felonies or the DUIs are felonies?
DUIs are misdemeanors.
Misdemeanors, okay.
And then the 2 possessions are felonies.
Class 4s?
Yep.
Yes, okay, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please step to your left.
All right.
Damn, I wonder if we got those DUIs
Tarek
2 in
Millen
one
to the
night.
Podium. Ethan
Imagine
Holiday
that.
to the chair, please.
Don't drink and drive is not cool. Not only you putting other people at risk.
Sir, name and date of birth, please.
Tariq Millen, 1/17/94.
Thank you. Apologize for mispronouncing your first name.
You good?
You are here on a Superior Court arrest warrant. Probable cause is previously found for possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. These all happened back in March of 2024. I am assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are January 28th and January 30th in the Downtown Superior Court. Sir, did they transport you from DOC?
Yeah, I was released this morning.
From
DOC.
From DOC?
Yeah.
Damn.
Are you on parole right now?
Yeah.
Okay, but you're not currently in DOC custody?
No.
Damn, man, he's already back in Maricopa? That's all bad. Surprise, you got warrants you got to take care of. That's the worst right there. You're getting out, and then they come pick you up. I hate that. Never happened to me, though. But I still hate it. You would see people in the tank, and they would tell him, hey,
okay,
got
sir,
some warrants.
given that, then I'm going to be affirming the bond set by the judge in your case. It's a $50 secured appearance bond. Sir, if you're able to bond out, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
All right.
Please step to your left for your paperwork.
That's the worst. Yeah, this is night court in Arizona. They have court all day
If
long.
you wait to your left, you're going to get new paperwork.
They have court like 8 times a
Ethan
day.
Holiday to the podium. Lonnie Garner to the chair, please.
Like every 2 hours. After this one, there's one at 5 a.m. 50, that's it. Yeah, that's just 50. Bro, it's not late. It is for me.
Sir, name and date of birth, please.
Ethan Holiday, 11/24/97.
Thank you. You're here today on 2 matters, a Superior Court new case and a probation violation warrant. Let me talk to you about your new case. You've been arrested for possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, criminal trespass, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and disobeying an order of the court, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I found probable cause on the first 3. I'm not finding probable cause on the disobeying an order of the court. I am assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are January 28th and January 30th in the Downtown Superior Court. Setting a secured appearance bond of $1,000. Sir, if you're able to bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most importantly, if you bond out, you have to contact your probation officer within 3
Thank you, Anna.
days.
Highly appreciate it.
When it comes to your probation
Good
matter,
looking out.
you're also getting an attorney. Your next court date is going to be January 29th, setting a secured appearance bond of $50, same conditions of release. Please step to your left for your paperwork, sir.
When's the other court date? It's the 29th.
What up, Ron?
Your first court date is going to be the 28th. and then your next after court date after that's the 29th.
Dumper.
Thank you. Lonnie Garner to the podium. Jeremy Johnson to the chair, please.
They're all jacked up. Looks like he crapped on himself. Maybe he did. I don't know.
Sir, name and date of birth, please.
6/27/1964.
What is Bato do?
Full name, please.
Lonnie Lee Garner.
Thank you. You're here today on a failure to appear warrant. I'm not assigning you counsel. You're going to go back to your original counsel. Your next court dates are going to be January 28th and January 30th in the Downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by your original judge, it's a $750 secured appearance bond. Sir, if you're able to bond out, not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. If please step to your left for your paperwork. Jeremy Johnson to the podium.
Next.
Carly Lyons to the chair, please.
You found this website, I can't tell you. Sorry, no tortilla.
Gary Johnson, 53086.
Thank you. You're here today on you're here today on 5 probation violation warrants. I am assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be January 29th. I'm going to be affirming the 5 bonds that were set on your cases. First one's $100. Second one's $250. Third is $100. Fourth is $250. And your fifth one is $100. So that's $800 total secured appearance. Sir, if you're able to bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
He's yawning.
Most importantly, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days.
That's a long ass yawn.
Please step to your left for your paperwork, sir. Carly Lyons to the podium. Vince Arvizo to the chair, please.
Damn, we better go take a nap and brush that grill. Jasmine's laughing, super disrespectful.
Ma'am, could you please lower your hood just for this?
Damn,
thank you. Name and date of birth, please.
11/8/94, Carly Lyons.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date's got to be January 29th in the Downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by your judge, $500 secured appearance bond. Ma'am, if you're able to bond out, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most importantly, if you bond out, you have to contact your probation officer within 3 days. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Vince
Hey guys,
Arvizo to the
I'm
podium.
gonna start back
Johnny
up.
Carrillo to
I'm
the chair,
gonna start it
please.
back up. I'll be back.
Hello, name and date of birth, please.
Vincent Arvizo, 10/21/1969.
Thank you. You're here today on 2 separate matters. You're here today on Superior Court arrest warrant and a probation violation warrant. Let me talk to you about the arrest warrant first. Probable cause was previously found for possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. This happened back in June of 2024. I am assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are January 28th and January 30th in the Downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by the judge, $50 secured appearance bond. If you're able to bond out, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most importantly, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days. But you also have a probation violation. And so, sir, I'm assigning you counsel for that as well. Your next court date for that is January 29th in the Downtown Superior Court. Setting a secured appearance bond of $500, and so a total of $550 between both cases secured. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any victim or witness, and same deal, if you're able to bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days.
Okay, thank you
Please
very much.
step to your left for your paperwork. Thank you. Johnny Carrillo to the podium. Dylan Miguel to the chair, please. Hi, sir. Name and date of birth, please.
Johnny Angel Carell, 11/15/81.
Thank you. You're here today in the Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. Possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are January 28th and January 30th in the Downtown Superior Court. Setting a secured appearance bond of $500. Sir, if you're able to bond out, you're going to be on pretrial services release. Not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. And it looks like you are on some city probation. Are you on probation from Phoenix or some other city?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So it's usually unsupervised, but if you have a supervisor, sir, if you're able to bond out, please contact your probation
Is there a way I
officer.
can get an OR, sir?
Sir, given...
I can't come up with the $500, Your Honor.
Sir, given criminal history and your failures to appear and your pretrial services review, I'm not inclined to do that right now.
I'm not able to make that bond, Your Honor.
Sir, January 28th is the next day is the next date you're going to be able to argue to lower that bond. But for now, it's going to be a $500 bond.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, please step to your left. Dylan Miguel to the podium. Amber Hines to the chair, please.
The chair? Next! Hey, so I got a restriction. That's why I had to
Sir,
before they boot me.
Tom Miguel, Port 1391.
Thank you. You're here today on Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be January 28th and January 30th in the downtown Superior Court. Setting a secured appearance bond of $500. Sir, if you're able to bond out, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. And sir, you're on probation out of Pinal County. All right, sir. If you're able to bond out, you have to contact your PO in Pinal County within 3 days. All right, please step to your left for your paperwork. Amber Hines to the podium. Quentin Stark to the chair, please.
Is that better?
Name and date of birth, please.
Amber Hines, 92679.
Thank you. You're here today on a failure to appear warrant. I'm not assigning you counsel. You're going to go back to your original counsel. Your next court date is going to be January 29th in the downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by your probation violation judge, it's a $200 secured appearance bond. Ma'am, if you're able to bond out, not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most importantly, once you bond out, or if you bond out, you have to contact your probation officer within 3 days.
I'm not, if I can't bond out, when would I be released?
If you can't bond out, you won't be released.
Until the court? But I would stay in jail until
court, and even then, unless you can pay that bond, you're going to continue staying in custody.
To stay in jail?
Unless you can pay the $200 secured, correct?
For how long?
Until your case, until you can pay it, until your case is done.
What do you mean?
I don't understand that, but
all right. And so January 29th is your next court date. So you can argue, you can ask the judge to lower that on that day. Thank you. Please step to your left.
You better get a deal.
Quentin Stark to the podium. Elia Castaneda Acosta to the chair, please.
She's gonna be in for a rude awakening. Yes, this is live. This is Maricopa County in Arizona.
Sir, name and date of birth.
Night court.
Quentin Stark, April 28th, 1999.
Thank you. You're here today on a municipal court new case out of the Surprise Municipal Court. I'm assigning you have been arrested for disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be February 19th at the Surprise Municipal Court. Sir, upon your promise to appear, I'm going to be releasing you today. There are some conditions to your release. Not to have any contact with the victim. Not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. If there's any orders of protection or orders against harassment that are put out against you, you have to follow those orders. And I don't know if this applies to you, but you may not reside with the victim or have any contact with her. And you're cautioned that a violation of any no victim contact order can lead to a Class 6 felony. Sir, do you understand all these conditions?
Yes.
And do you promise to follow all these conditions?
Yes.
And do you promise to appear on February 19th at the Surprise City Court?
Yes.
Upon your promise to appear, I'm going to be releasing you on your own recognizance today. Please step to your left for your paperwork.
He's getting out. He's getting out. Hey, for anybody
to the podium.
For anybody that wants to see this better, if you go over to YT, type this in, and you can see it a lot better. It won't look like the way you're seeing it right now.
On the line?
Right here. Boop.
Hello, this is Luis. I'm your language Spanish interpreter, ID 6574, and I'm ready for the instructions.
Thank you very much. I'll be speaking to the defendant now. Sir, could you please state your full name and date of birth?
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Luis, yo voy a ser su intérprete. ¿Podría decirme, por favor, su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento?
Helio Castañeda Acosta, el 10 del 9 del 2005.
¿Qué, compa?
Okay, this is the Spanish interpreter. Need to get the last name again. He gave two last names. Señor, ¿me puede repetir? ¿Helio Costa qué?
Elliot Castañeda Acosta, el 10 del 9 del 2005.
10/9/2005. Okay,
sí.
It's Elliot Castañeda Acosta. It's 10/9/2005.
This is a Timo.
Thank you. You're here today on a grand jury warrant.
Timo lawyer. I mean, lawyer, translator.
Ok, en este momento está usted bajo una garantía del gran jurado.
The grand jury has found probable cause to hold you on one count of riot, a Class 5 felony.
Riot? What the what? How the hell do you do a damn riot?
Digamos, el jurado ha
That's what he said, right?
decidido retenerlo bajo una acusación de alboroto como un delito de primera clase.
This offense occurred back in July of 2023.
We had riots. What the what? What kind of riots?
Esto ocurrió en julio de 2023.
I am assigning you an attorney, and your next court date will be January 29th in the downtown court.
No way, that's crazy. What the
Sí,
what?
entonces estoy
I'm
asignándole
shocked.
ahorita un abogado y su próxima cita de corte sería para el 29 de enero en la corte
I
central.
am affirming the bond set by the judge in this case, $2,500 secured appearance bond.
Ok, sí, entonces el bono que estás poniendo de seguro en la corte sería de $2,500.
If you're able to pay that bond and are released, you're not to return to the scene of the crime and not to have any
2023.
contact with any victim or witness.
Si usted puede pagar ese bono, no puede acercarse a la escena del incidente ni hablar con ningún testigo.
You may also have no contact with any of your co-defendants.
Tampoco puede tener contacto con ninguno de los otros acusados.
Furthermore, if you bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
Si de igual manera, si usted paga bono, no podrá tener en posesión ni ningún tipo de arma, drogas o alcohol.
Please step to your left for your paperwork.
Gracias.
Por favor, si puede revisar su papeleta. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Interpreter.
And he's gone like the wind.
It's a pleasure, sir. There's nothing more. Thank you for calling IAMRICH for your language needs. Hope that you have a wonderful day.
Thank you for contacting.
Thank you very much.
Timu. Hey, the guy, Alan, thank you. Appreciate you liking. I don't know. Little smiley faces. Next. Is anybody there? Is this it? Is it over? Could it be?
Hi, Deputy.
No
Is the courtroom clear? Yes. Thank you. Sir, can I please have your name and date of birth?
Oh, hey, bad charges. Bad charges.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court grand jury warrant. Grand jury has found probable cause to hold you on one count of failure to register as a sex offender or Class 4 felony.
I knew it.
This occurred back in August of 2024. I am assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be January 29th in the downtown Superior Court. Affirming the bond set by the judge, it's a $2,000 cash bond. Sir, if you're able to bond out, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Please step to your left for your paperwork.
Yeah, can you put me in protective custody, Your Honor? I can't be out in general population with this.
Sir, yeah, I get it. That's not my call. That's the DO's call.
Can you do that for me?
Yeah,
All right,
no,
thank
put
you,
him in
sir.
GP. GP, all the way.
This concludes.
I'm homeless too, Your Honor. It's like.
Wow.
Sir, I understand, but I'm just affirming the bond set by the judge in this case. Thank you.
Shit, I thought
This
about
concludes
that.
the 11 p.m. calendar.
Go to the main line, homeboy. All right. So that was going to be the last case. Hey, I do appreciate you guys. If you haven't done so, please subscribe to my second channel, just in case my main channel gets axed. I would really appreciate it. This is the second channel here. I'm gonna pin it right now to the top. And remember, it's free 99. It doesn't cost you anything. I'm not asking for any money, any funds, or anything like that. I just need you to get me to 1,000 subscribers on that other account, so I could go ahead and keep on having these streams, coming to you live and direct. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna be doing Kentucky, the Board of Parole in Kentucky. If you like Board of Parole hearings, you're definitely not gonna want to miss out on Kentucky. Kentucky is off the chain. Man, and that parole board does not play around. They're going to ask you all the details of your crime. They're not going to beat around the bush. They're not going to hide anything. So if you want to get down to the nitty gritty, you want to get down to the meat and potatoes, as some would say, you don't want to miss that one. I'm going to start early tomorrow. It's going to be a long day for me. Last time I think I was, I'll probably start streaming about 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, PST. Have a good night. Lights out. That's right, Meg. Hell yeah. Yeah. So if you could subscribe to my second account, I would highly appreciate it. Subscribe to the main account, and also check out my YouTube page. That's where I archive most of my streams. So if there's anything that you saw right now, you're gonna want to go ahead and go over there and check it out to make sure what was said. This was said. There's some videos I gotta go ahead and cut up tonight, because there was this dude that he was there for prostituting himself. I was like, what? Nah, they didn't say that. Then we got the other lady that was pushing those 32 pounds of the Yayo. Subscribe, love the channel, brother. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. PGA, Robert, highly appreciated. I appreciate all of you guys. All right. Anyhow, like I say around here, I am Collect Call James. You are watching. You have a Collect Call From. And like a candle in the wind, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it lights out. And with that, we are out. A rato. You guys have a good night, all right? I'm out because, man, I've been streaming all day. I got to do something with my life. I'm out. Buenas noches. All right. Eleanor, it's 8 in the morning this time. Hey, Eleanor, thank you for tapping in. That's it. My shift is over for tonight. I really appreciate you coming in from the UK. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I keep on doing this, all right? But I'll be back tomorrow, nice and early.